we're back. We're live in Salina, Kansas, with the U.S. Aerobatic Championships going on. And this category that we're flying right now is the Advanced Power category, and they are flying their free program. Can't hear it.
It's not. Doesn't show up. Do you see right now?
Showing live right here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is the thing. Okay, now it says. Yep. Okay, we're good.
Okay, I've been told we are live streaming, so I get to say all the stuff over that I said previously. This is Lori Pinner, editor of Sport Aerobatics Magazine. I'm here with our president of IAC, and that is Jim Burke. Say hi, Jim.
Hello, everyone.
And we're getting ready to watch the advanced competitors. They're going to be flying their free program. And the first one in the box is going to be Ryan Chapman.
Ryan's flying a Staudacher, which is kind of a custom aircraft. It's built, well, it used to be built by a guy named John Staudacher, and he's been doing that for a while, and some of the design was made by Greg Panzel. We have a couple Panzels and Staudachers in the contest. Looks like he has a Canadian registration number. I don't know Ryan, but he must be a Canadian, I guess.
Yeah, he's been practicing with Luke Kinner, I think.
Okay. Well, he'll be leading us off for the first flight in the free program. The free program is where the competitors design their own sequences. And they can fly them for years sometimes. They get very, very good at them. We usually see a lot of great flying when it's the free program. He's sitting up behind us right now. He'll come in and wag the wings 3 times. That'll alert the judges if he's ready to begin. Looks like he's turning towards the box now. Oh, we have a sequence in front of us. He's going to start with what's called a double humpy. There he is. Oh no, this is Rob Demovic being a safety figure. So I guess that's not what I expected. We got Ryan Chapman up front, but we're looking at Rob. Okay, Robert Demovic is doing a safety figure right now, warm up. It's 300. Red, white, and blue color scheme. We're watching along with all the views. We don't know why they changed. We expected Ryan Chapman up first, then Rob, followed by Marco. But we just saw Robert do his warm-up figure, so there may be some confusion, or maybe we had an issue where Ryan's getting back to the airport a little bit. We'll let you know as soon as we know. Looks like Ryan's landed safely back at the runway, so must be a mechanical issue or some reason why he couldn't continue. We'll just be moving on with Robert Demovic now and his extra 300. It's a beautiful airplane with the red, white, and blue flag color scheme airbrushed on there. It looks beautiful, especially up close. Looks like he's setting up now. And I think he's turning towards the box. And he's wagging in. There's the bell. Robert Demovic starting his advanced free program. He'll be pulling vertical for a humpy. So pull the vertical. And then a 2 of 4. 2 points of a 4-point roll on the vertical. Okay, we either have the wrong program for Rob, or that's the wrong figure, because he didn't do the 2 or 4 up. Let's see what happens next. He has figure 2, pull vertical.
Yeah, he did a figure on the up line there, so this is definitely...
We either have the wrong sequence. One of us has the wrong sequence. Either we do or Rob does. Let's just watch what he does. Oh, I see. He's now doing the Humpty, maybe? No, I don't know. Whatever he's doing it pretty well. Yeah, we're looking at the right sequence, but it doesn't seem to be correct for him. So we're just going to let him fly.
Well, he did a spin, but he kind of stopped on it, so...
Yeah.
He's going vertical, and he's pushing over the top. So that's a Humpty. And then a 3/4 roll around that down line. Back up he goes, and it looks like he has a point roll there. I think I saw 2, but again, we don't have his sequence with us. And that 45. And that's probably a 2 of 4 would be my guess on that up line, on that roll. That push from inverted, that hurts a little bit, doesn't it?
That can hurt, yeah. No one likes to push, but you know, I always think it's just not that hard to do. It's just you have to take your hand and move it forward. It's not very complicated, but it isn't very fun to do.
Yeah.
It's painful.
So you're not doing the same thing when you do that grunt maneuver, when you do positive. What do you do when you have a negative?
You don't really have to do anything, because when you pull positive, you can lose consciousness. When you push negative, that's not going to happen. So we don't have to really do very much except just suffer through it. That's really all we do. Try and stay loose. You can tense up your neck muscles. Some people try and do that, but I just don't do. I don't worry about that at all personally. I just push the stick forward and hang on. Now rolling turn, probably in the sequence I meant. Okay, we just had nothing similar to what he flew in our sheet, and we're just hoping the judges have the correct sheet. Somehow we had the wrong sheet. We'll find out later.
Yeah, we will.
So an interesting start. We had Brian Chapman went back to the airport for some reason. Didn't get to see him fly. We'll hear more about that later. Robert Demovic flew. We don't have his sequence. We don't know exactly how well he did, but we saw some good flying there, I think. Up next, we have Marco. Now, do you know how to pronounce Marco's last name?
I just keep saying Beau, but I don't know if that's right.
Marco Beau. Sounds good to me. Marco Beau flying a Laser 200. Will be next. And I don't have a sequence for him.
We do not. I knew that we didn't have a
Yeah,
sequence
that's
for
right.
him.
We have a lot of M's right now. We have Marco, then Mike. Oh no, then I've got the sequence out of order, I guess. Because I see Mario on this. Looks like Stan Moyes beforehand.
Yeah, so I was not a good secretarial helper. I did not put these in the order of
You get what
flight.
you pay for it.
We've got lots of paperwork, so I made plenty of copies, but...
What you need in the room. It's a big stack.
Oh, you don't need any of it? Okay.
Yeah, maybe that was.
Here's Marco.
Okay, great.
So that's what he really did. I wonder if all the
Well,
paperwork
no, that's
that
Marco though. We just saw Rob. Yeah.
I know, but didn't you want Marco's?
Yeah.
Here's Rob. Did that look like what he did?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So somehow we have the wrong one for Rob. So let's trust these yellow ones.
Okay, let's trust the
From
yellow.
now on. Okay, good.
A little
We don't need that
office
one, 'cause you
mix
already
up. I flunk a secretary. Take Marco's off. So we have some good secretarial help here now. Mike Goulian is putting the sequences in order for us. Is this a new profession that
It
you'd like
is.
to?
I have to do something for work.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so here he comes.
Well, this looks like a warm-up figure. It's going to be doing probably a Humpty or a hammerhead.
So the green will show you how loud you are.
Okay. Do
Can
I
you
need to
see
lean
that?
in more? I can't see it very well.
Okay.
How am I doing?
Now you're doing great.
Okay.
Use your outside voice, not your inside voice.
So these warm-up figures are really useful, and some people imagine you want to push a lot of negative G to make sure your seatbelts work, but what really helps is to pull positive G a lot and get your meat kind of set into the seat. You can tighten up the belts. One last ratchet. The belts have ratchets on them, and what you want to do is get them very tight. So if you pull a lot of high G's, positive G's, then you can get the belts a little tighter. So you'll see the pilots pull really high G's for the Humpty Bump or Hammerhead, whatever they pick, for their warm-up figure, and then they'll roll inverted and push a little bit, and that really gets you settled into the seat and gets the seat belts tight.
Well, you certainly want to tighten up your seatbelts for this, don't you?
You do. Advanced and Unlimited are really well known for having a lot of negative G, a lot of outside maneuvers, which are very hard in the seat belts. They're hard on your middle section too, because the seat belts are pressing against your skin. And the trick is just to tough it out. There's not really a way to make it easier.
See, this is your- Okay, it looks like we have a little bit of a lag here on the live chat, so we have a number of people saying, "Go Robert, go Robert, we love you, Robert." And now we have Marco Beau in a Laser 200 coming in. Eventually, I think he's circling around, getting ready, right? And what do you know about the Laser, Jim?
Laser is a home-built aircraft. It's really the progenitor to a lot of the modern aircraft we fly, the composite aircraft, monoplanes we fly. A lot of them, they owe their design, initial design work to the Laser. You could say the Extra even is sort of a derivative of the Laser in some ways. It's a lighter aircraft. It's usually powered by a 4-cylinder engine, so it has less horsepower. But they pump the engines up to 260 horsepower these days, and they have really good performance.
Okay, he's wagging in.
Here he comes.
He's serious. Here he comes, on fire.
Yeah, figure one is
Not
going to be
literally.
a half loop up. Yeah, careful there.
literally.
We're going to see a double roll, followed by a pull for half loop, and then what's called a 4 of 2, which will be half roll, another half roll, half roll, half roll, ending inverted. Figure 2, push to vertical. Push to 45 down, upright. Positive snap on this line. And now he'll pull to vertical. And then push to level. That'll end figure 2. Figure 3, we have a 1.5 turn spin. This will be a double Humpty, so it'll be kind of a long figure. 1.5 turn spin. Now he'll pull back to vertical. He has a quarter roll. He can take either right or left. It's his choice. So he'll be coming a little closer to us. He took a quarter roll left. Now he'll pull again, back to vertical down. And now he has to do a 1.25 roll on the down line such that he is going downwind when he's done. That looks correct. Up next, another half loop, the 3 of 2 on top. So 3 half rolls.
And 3.
Followed by a hammerhead. You'll want to push that all the way to the upwind side of the box because it's a little bit windy today. So we'll see him fly level for a bit. Now he'll be pulling vertical. And there's nothing on the up line of this figure. He's just going to go straight up until it's time to pivot on the yaw axis using the rudder. It's called a hammerhead. Now he has opposing rolls the down line. 2 of 8 followed by a half roll. Pull level. Figure 6 is a Humpty. He'll pull vertical. And then he'll pull back to vertical down. And he needs to do a 3/4 snap here on the down line so that he's going back downwind. So he'll be doing that to the right. Oh, I'm sorry, I have the reverse form. Left is good. And going back to level. Then figure 7 is a Humpty. Excuse me, a double Humpty. Pull vertical, pull back to vertical down. 2 of 4. Pull back to vertical. And then a pull to an inverted level line, and that'll end figure 7. Figure 8 is a 2 of 2. 2 half rolls, and then a half loop down, followed by a full roll. Now figure 9 and 10 are half square loops, which is a common construction in the free program. Pretty simple figure, just pull to vertical, and then pull to inverted. That's going to be one figure. And figure 10, the next figure will be pull vertical down and pull level. Figure 11 is another Humpty, pull vertical. Now I'll do a push Humpty back to vertical down. One and a half rolls on the down line. And then pull level. Now a 2 of 4. So inverted, and then a half roll, pull half loop. 1 and a half rolls on top, and then a roller. He'll do a 90-degree roller with a half inside roll. And that's the end of the sequence. And you'll see most of the competitors ending their sequence with a roller like that. They're required to include rollers, and they're easiest. Usually at the end of the sequence when the energy is in the right spot for that. It's a nice fight by Marco. Who's next?
So it looks like we're going to have Mike Galloway next.
Mike Galloway, also known as Spanky, a Texan. Mike was on the Unlimited team with me in 2017 in South Africa and is flying advanced this year in an extra 330LX that I used to own. It's my original 330LX, but now it has a slightly different color scheme. They put some vinyl wrap on it.
Oh. I did not know that.
Yeah. So I had some nostalgia when I walked in the hangar and there's my airplane. Like, oh, but why is it red instead of orange?
So the change from the airplane that you had then to the one that you have now, what's the basic difference in that?
The 330LX and 330SC are a little bit similar, but the 330SC is lighter, has bigger control surfaces, center of gravity is a little farther rearward, same engine propeller. It's just a lot more nimble aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
It does handle very much the same in roll. In pitch, the SC is much more sensitive. The LX, I flew it in Unlimited. I made the team. I think I got 5th place that year, so it's a keepable airplane, but it doesn't really outside snap very well. It just doesn't have the elevator authority to do that. So that's the big thing you're missing. When you go to the SC, you have a lot more freestyle, 4-minute free type performance, better for air shows, and you have a much more nimble airplane for competition, but you lose that second seat. That's the big difference.
Okay.
Yeah. And for me, as an unlimited pilot, it doesn't make sense to fly a 2-seat airplane. It is useful, though. It can be done.
This should be Mike coming in to do his warm-up figures. We have a question on the chat about who is doing the commentary. We are here this afternoon with IAC President Jim Burke.
That's me, Jim, and Lori Penner, our editor.
And we're watching the advanced freestyle.
Hammerhead is a good warm-up figure. I used the same warm-up figure today. We have a lot of wind, and what you're trying to do is figure out with that warm-up figure. Of course, you want to warm up your body and make sure the airplane's running well, but also you want to check out what the wind is doing. Humpty's a good maneuver a lot of times, but in today's conditions, I felt the Hammerhead was good because it allowed me just to fly an up line and down line and see exactly how much push I was getting from the south. And he chose the same strategy. Spanky's been around for a while. He's done a lot of flying. A lot of it's pretty good. And he's flown his free program quite a bit, so I think he'll be pretty strong with the free program.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the free program, and You know, for those who don't already know, this is the pilots make up this sequence themselves, and what they're trying to do is show off their plane to the best advantage and show off their skills to the best advantage.
Here he comes. First figure is going to be an N figure. He'll pull vertical and do a 2 of 4 on the upline. No, I'm sorry. First figure is a hammerhead. Pull 45, pull vertical. Okay, I've got the wrong form. Do we have a B form for this? No, we don't. Just
We don't.
Okay. I just have to remember to reverse it. Hammerhead. Now do a roll on the vertical down.
Yeah, you have to think of everything backwards,
Yeah,
right?
that's okay. Second figure. Now we're going to hit the N figure. The pull vertical, 2 of 4. And he'll push. That's the only rotation on this figure. So he'll push to 45 down. It's a clean line on the 45 down. Then he'll pull the vertical up. And then he'll lay out inverted, pulling to the inverted line. Figure 3 is what we call a bow tie. So pull to 45 down, half roll to 45. And then pull the vertical up. Half roll here as well. And then push to 45 down, where he'll do a snap roll. A lot of speed for that snap. And then pull level. Figure 4 is going to be a hammerhead with a roll on the way up.
For those who don't know what a snap is, can you explain that a little bit?
Snap roll is a roll that's still okay. You have the 3 axes. You have the pitch, the roll, and the yaw axis of the aircraft. The snap roll is still mostly on the roll axis, but it's called auto rotation. It's initiated with yaw movement. So you'll see pitch followed by yaw, and the plane will rotate around with a lot of yaw movement while it's also rolling. And it's really one of the very first aerobatic figures ever created, probably the first. When pilots in early aircraft learned they could do a really quick turn using a rudder, and someone got a little aggressive and they learned how to do a snap roll. And that should be a 3 of 4 on figure 5 here, followed by a quarter roll down, and then pulling to vertical up.
I didn't see all the points on that.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I was busy talking, but
Sorry.
he seems to be going the right direction, so I think he must have done okay. And then push to level. And figure 6 is going to be a double humpty, starting with a 1-turn spin. Pulling the vertical up, where he will do a 2 of 8, 2 points of an 8-point roll.
1, 2.
And then pulling the vertical down, we'll do a 1 1/4 roll so that he's going downwind. And they'll take him downwind, pulling level. Figure 7 is a half loop up with a 2 of 2. When people design their pre-programs, one of the strategies they often use is to even out the K values for all the figures, to get each figure to be at the same difficulty level. And that way if they make a mistake, it won't hurt them terribly in one figure. But you still sometimes see figures like Mike's next figure, which is a half loop down with no rolling elements on it at all. Figure 9 is what we call a wedge, pulling to vertical. Then pulling the 45 down inverted. And here Mike will do a 2 of 4. Pulling level. Figure 10 is a humpty with a half roll on the down line. Pull vertical. Pull over the top, vertical down. Half roll and pull level. Now a half loop up. A 3 of 2, which is 3 half rolls. then a snap in the opposite direction. You rolled left, so you should snap right. That's correct. And now an inside roller, one full turn. So it'll be inverted at the 45-degree turn position. And then upright again at the 90-degree turn position. All right, that is Spanky, also known as Mike Galloway by his parents.
Thank goodness they didn't name him Spanky.
No, I know how he got the name Spanky. I actually know how.
I don't think we want to share that.
No, we can't tell anyone, but I know how. I'm just letting everyone know I know how.
You have insider information? It looks like
So what makes a great snap roll from a competitor standpoint is that the judges are looking for pitch initially, a distinct movement of the nose up or down if it's an inverted or outside snap, and following that there will be a yaw input, which will cause the nose to go one way or the other, and then roll will start immediately after that. And as long as the rudder command is kept in during the snap roll, the plane will continue to rotate. What we want to have is the snap to be driven by the rudder, not by the aileron, though in practice we actually use the aileron quite a bit to help out with the snap roll. So a snap roll is a much more complicated thing than a regular competition roll. And really, snap rolls are the most important thing probably in terms of becoming a really great aerobatic pilot. It's very important to have very good snap roll technique. It's much easier to roll an airplane precisely than a snap roll precisely. Most people tend to take the foot out and to make the snap roll a little easier to stop, so we watch for that as a judge. All right, who do we have up now? We have Stan Moy. Stan Moy's been on the advanced team before. He's flying an extra 300S, I believe.
you are correct. Stan came up from Georgia.
Yeah, and he is doing a safety figure, and he's chosen the 8. You have several options to choose from. Some pilots like to fly the 8 because it lets them do a little bit more with the aircraft, gives them a little bit more time to play with it. The 8 takes a lot longer than a Humpty or a Hammerhead. But to me, the 8 is not as good for figuring out what the wind is doing, so it's just a matter of personal choice. And the competitors are allowed 2 half rolls as well. Up to 2. All right. Now that I'm reading it, I'm going to read this program correctly.
Okay, thank you.
And I've got the right program, I believe, so I think we're going to have no mistakes this time.
All right.
So Stan is, now everyone has a different strategy for these free programs. A lot of people try to make it as easy as possible themselves. And with some changes to the advanced program a couple of years ago, the free programs have gotten much easier. We've added additional figures to give them more figures to spread the K value around. And that's made it quite a bit easier. So some competitors are challenging themselves. And there's no right or wrong answer, because making it easier on yourself makes sense, but it also makes sense to show the judges what you can do. Stan's decided to do something that's a little different, which is to start from inverted flight and do a half loop down.
Is there any advantage to starting inverted that we know of?
That we know of? Well, I think it's just a matter of personal taste, really. Really, maybe. Okay, here we go. Wagging inverted. He is required to wag an inverted flight if he's starting his figure inverted flight, so that's correct. Now level, and now we'll expect him to pull half loop down for figure 1. There's the bell. And at the bottom of the half loop, he'll do a 2 of 2. He's pretty close to the judges, so we can hear him here. Right over heads. And now a Humpty with a 1.5 roll down. Pulling over the top, the vertical down. Now he needs to do a 1.5 roll and end the figure going upward. There's half, 1, and 1.5. Good stop. And pull level. Figure 3 is an end figure. Pulling vertical now. And now he'll pull to the inverted 45 down. He'll need to do a 2 of 4 on this line. And then he'll pull the vertical up. And pull to an inverted line, laying out, which will end figure 3. Figure 4 is called a P-loop. It begins, in this case, with an inverted spin, 1 turn. And now we must pull a 3/4 loop back to inverted to finish this figure. These are challenging from the standpoint of G tolerance because they can take a while to complete that pull. Figure 5, push to vertical.
So how many negative G's would he be experiencing when he pushes up like that?
Well, well, it depends how fast they're going. In this case here, he's probably pushing at -4, so.
Okay, not bad. For
Well,
an aerobatic pilot.
Right. For us on the ground, it's not so bad.
Yeah, exactly.
And now 2 of 8 in the down line. And pull level. You know, it's not fun, but you get used to like anything else in life. In any sport, there's some element of pain. Pull vertical figure 6. Half roll. It's very close to us. Half roll. Push over the top to vertical down. And he'll do a 1/4 roll. So he'll be going downwind. That's correct, to the left. And now pull upright. Now figure 7 is a reverse half Cuban. Pull to 45, 1.5 roll, and then pull all the way back to level flight, going upwind. Now expect him to go quite a ways in level flight to go to the edge of the box before the next figure. Figure 8 is a vertical. It's going to be a hammerhead. We'll want it at the edge of the box. Here he goes.
That's a good figure to work on box placement, right? Because we have to drive over there, so we use all the box.
Yeah. Well, it's good to be at the edge of the box on a windy day like this because no matter what you do, you're going to be blown a lot downwind during this hammerhead. So it can be challenging sometimes with figures like that. Figure 9 is a wedge. Pull vertical, 1/4 roll. And then I want to push the downwind side. So 45, upright. And now a snap roll. Yeah, as a competitor here, I know what just happened to him. There are 2 runways. One was 45 degrees off, and he just lined up with the 45-degree runway and had to fix that. So that's what that little jog was. Figure 10 is an end figure. It's very easy to do. We have a very small runway that you are supposed to fly in line with, and there's a huge runway that you're not supposed to fly in line with. Very easy to get confused on that. Half roll on the 45. Now pull to vertical. And now push to level. That ends figure 10. And figure 11 is a half loop down. Be a half roll on top and a full roll on bottom. Excuse me. Half roll, pulling to level, full roll at the bottom. Figure 12 is a half loop up. Be a 3/4 roll followed by a 1/4 roll. Figure 13 is a snap, 1.5 turns, so 2 inverted. And figure 14 is the roller. It's a outside 1-turn roller, 90 degrees. What the judges look for here is a constant change of, a constant rate of turn, and a constant rate of roll during the rollers. That's the important thing. And of course, you have to end on heading. All right, Stan Moy. And up next we have Don Hartman out of Florida, flying also an extra 300S.
Yeah, I know Don's been practicing pretty hard.
Yes, Don has been. I was at a camp with Don just before coming out here.
This will be his his second time going out for the team. He did make it as, he was on the team. I was going to say as an alternate, but they actually...
You know, I can't remember. There was, I do remember there was some confusion about it, but it doesn't matter anymore. It's water on the bridge. The team didn't get to compete at the Worlds because of a bunch of extenuating circumstances. The U.S. withdrew, and so if he makes a team this year, it'll be his first time actually competing at the Worlds.
And Rebecca says, "Let's go, Team Oil Can."
Okay, yeah.
And do you know how he got that
I do
moniker?
not. No.
Because his wife is Mrs. Oil Can.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it has something to do with oil.
I don't know. Well, oil canning is a term for when you have like a fuel tank or a tank and it makes a boom, boom, boom kind of sound.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe it has something to do with that. You know, I don't know.
Oh.
I'm assuming it's fit for public. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
so
I'll
maybe we
have
shouldn't
to.
be too curious.
Yeah, maybe not. Jay says this is just like Olympic ice skating. And you're right in a lot of ways because just like Olympic ice skating, they sit in front of, in this case, 6 judges. And each judge lets them start out each figure with 10. So they're perfect 10 until they mess it up, right? And
That's right.
then they just start counting down the deductions and they arrive at a score for each figure.
There's objective criteria for every part of the figure. And the judges endeavor to be very objective, though they do tend to come up with different scores until we have more than one judge.
That's right.
Okay, Don's going to be coming in probably to do his warm-up figure. I expect him to do a vertical of some kind. We'll see what he does.
Yep, good to test out that wind.
Now he's going to do an 8, looks like. Okay.
For his warm-up figure?
Yep. That's one of the options. The good thing about the 8 is it allows you to do a couple half rolls in the figure itself, which can be useful. All right, looks like he's ready to begin. We'll just have to let him get to altitude again, and then he'll dive in. As I said before, advanced free programs are 14 figures in length. Each figure has to be different. You cannot reuse the same figure in your free program. You're required to have certain figures. You must have a roller, and most competitors will put the roller at the very end. You have to include snap rolls. There's different strategies about making your free program. Some people try and make it usually easy on themselves, like I said. Some people try and make it a little, try and make it impressive by adding some complexity to it in certain places.
Yeah, so we just got a message from Rebecca, and she says, if I remember correctly, he got his nickname when he first started out in flying a Citabria. It didn't have inverted system, and he would have to put a new quart in every flight.
Oh, there you go. Oil case. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Every flight. Is that a lot of oil to lose?
Yeah, I'd say a quart's a lot, but, you know, whatever it takes. Do you know why my airplane is Foxtrot Zulu?
No.
Okay, at the break, we'll talk about that.
Okay. Why do they call it a Cuban 8?
Oh, that's a story, and I'm suddenly drawing a blank. I've read it in a book, and I've heard it several times. Let's see what comes to me after Don flies here. First figure will be double roll and a half loop up. Do you know why they call it a Cuban 8?
I think it has something to do with the Cuban military.
3 of 2.
But I could be totally wrong.
No, I think it was more of a flippant comment someone made a long time ago in the 60s on the right. And then a 1.5 snap. Inverted figure 2 is going to be a Humpty push vertical, push back to vertical down. And this will be the first snap roll in his sequence. On the vertical down, 1 turn snap. And then pull to level. Figure 3 is simply a vertical line, so he'll pull to vertical, and then push back to level. And what the judges look for here is if the vertical line is actually vertical, and the radii, both the pull and the push, are constant. Figure 4 is a 1.5 turn spin, followed by a quarter roll in the opposite direction, then pulling to vertical up. And I'll have to do a quarter roll here such that he is traveling upwind. So that should be to the left. And then he'll pull the vertical down. Followed by a 2 of 2 on the down line. Be 2 half rolls, and then pulling back to level. Figure 5 is a Humpty. Pull to vertical, half roll, and then pushing the vertical down. There's push Humpties and pull Humpties. This is a push Humpty because you push over the top, the vertical down. Now a full roll down, and pull to level. Figure 6 is a construction we've seen in other programs. It's pretty common. It's the half square loop up, half square loop down. So simply a vertical line up followed by a vertical line down with a level line between. Figure 8 is a Humpty, pull, pull, pull Humpty. So pull to vertical, then pull over the top, back to vertical down. And then I'll have a 3/4 roll in the down line. He can take this either direction. It's his choice. He'll probably go, okay, he's going to go that way. He's going to go towards us now. And then pull to vertical. A 2 of 8. There's 2 points in an 8-point roll. Hammerhead. Now this is a big push coming up here for Don. Take this vertical line down, build up some speed, then push to an inverted line. Next figure is a 2 of 4, followed by a half loop up. With a half roll on top. Figure 11 is simply a full roll, a competition roll. There we go. Figure 12 is a hammerhead. Nothing on the way up, but a double roll on the way down. So hammerhead, he'll just go vertical until he gets slow, and then use the rudder to begin a rotation of the yaw axis until he's vertical down again. And now he has to do 2 rolls linked together. There's 1 and 2, and then full level. Figure 13 is a half loop up with a 1.5 roll. And figure 14 is a 90-degree roller with a half inside roll. End of sequence.
All right. So Marshall Carter got right onto Google, and he says that both the basic maneuver and its name are said to have been invented by Len Povey, an American pilot who had served with the Cuban Air Force.
Okay.
So I was close.
Okay, I think so.
Yeah. And somebody had asked me earlier, and I'm sorry I skipped over it, if we were going to have any more glider flights this afternoon, and we are not. This advanced category flight right now will be the last one of the day. There are 24 pilots to get through, so by the time we finish, we're going to be getting close to 5:30, 6 o'clock. Because I think yesterday I was out here for 5 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Well, everyone appreciates this. I watched the live stream myself a little bit yesterday, and it was just really impressive, really fun, and I'm glad to be on here today doing the play-by-play. Up next, I think we have Grant Nielsen. And Grant is the only competitor at the contest who's flying a CAP. The CAP 232 was at one time the premier aerobatic aircraft. Grant's aircraft is nicknamed Bubbles because of the paint scheme. It has a bunch of bubbly type things on it. CAP 232 is a really good airplane. I've actually flown this airplane. It flies nice. It's not as maneuverable as the Extra 330 SC, but it has a nice prop on it. It has the same engine as my aircraft. Climbs really, really well. It doesn't roll as fast, but it rolls really nice. They're really nice airplanes.
Now, they were pretty big in Europe, right, on the world circuit?
And they're big here. In fact, several people that were on the unlimited team flew CAPs at one time. It was a really common airplane before the Extra 330 SC came out. It was the best aircraft you could get for a brief period.
Mm-hmm.
Well, along with the Sukhois, which were a little hard to get for a while, but eventually they came to the U.S. market. CAP had some issues, some structural issues. Those are resolved nowadays. It's a mostly wooden airplane, yeah.
I'm a little bit tired. Okay, I'm going to take an opportunity here to switch out and rest my voice. And we're going to have Mike Goulian come back in, and he and Jim are going to continue on with the commentary.
Grant is out of Wisconsin. He lives in Florida these days as well. He's got a place on the coast there that apparently did not quite get slammed by the hurricane that went through recently, so that's good. I was at a camp with Grant in Oklahoma before coming to the Nationals. Grant's an airshow pilot in addition to a competitor. Flew Sun and Fun this last year. How you doing, Mike?
Good, Jim. You guys are doing great.
Okay, now say what you really think. He was giving everybody zeros on the unlimited flights.
No, really? Just Rob Holland.
Oh, just Rob. Oh, okay.
Just Rob Holland, yeah.
On the video right now, you're seeing our chief judge for the advanced category, DJ Molney, in the red shirt, interacting with the judges. And our cameraman Forrest Fox is now looking for Grant in the sky. There he is. Now, Grant, I expect for sure to do a vertical move of some type for his warm-up figure. Either going to be a hammerhead or Humpty Bum. A hammerhead. Which makes sense because his first figure is a hammerhead, so why not try that out in your warm-up figure? One of the big differences between ISC competition and international competition is the international flights that are timed, and competitors are allowed to do some more, there's some different options for warm-up figures. In the ISC, we allow them a certain set of warm-ups. But the competitors here are all of them are trying for the U.S. team, I think, except for maybe one. If they make the team and they go to the Worlds, they'll enjoy the pleasure of timed flights, where you have to take off, and your time starts the second you take off, and expires when you wag out. You only have 10 minutes for the free program in international competition. Which can add to the pressure. Grant setting up now to come in. Looks like he's diving. And we'll see some wags. There's 1, 2, and 3. There's the bell. First figure, pull 45, half roll. Push to vertical. Nothing on this line here. He'll just do a hammerhead turn. And then a 2 of 4 on the down line. Hold a level. Figure 2 is an end figure. Pull vertical. Hold a 45 down inverted. 1.5 roll. You've got quite a bit of cap time, don't you, Mike?
I do, Jim, and it was one of my favorite airplanes, and you can tell just by looking at it how it presents so nicely, right? The big, long, flat belly. It's just a beautiful airplane to watch in the sky for sure.
It does. And now he'll push back to level. That's figure 2. Figure 3 is a double Humpty. He'll push to vertical down. Quarter roll. You can take this either way. Okay, he'll be coming towards us, and then pull the vertical up. And nothing on this line. This kind of figure is designed for wind correction. It's really useful for that. And then it'll pull back the vertical down to a 2 of 8. These kinds of figures allow competitors to put themselves where they want to be in the box. 2 of 8 on the way down. The next figure is a loop. Did you guys have a 540 in yours or a 580?
We did. We had a 540 in ours.
Yeah. And this one has a 580. Was that a pretty common conversion back then?
It was,
when
absolutely. They started to do it, and as everybody I think knows, the strong suit of the cap is really its ability to flick. It's just so pretty and so nice, and has such a wide window for speed, right? Anywhere between 85 to 90 and 120. It was just a great airplane for flicks.
Sure. All right, he's in the middle of an end figure now, 2 of 4, then a push to 45 down, with a snap on a 45. And then pulling the vertical up, and then pushing back to level. That'll complete figure 5. Now, just a second ago, he went for the loop almost directly into the end figure. Judges do look for a line between the figures. We aren't judging here, we're just talking, but there's something to look for. So if they didn't see a line between the figures, that will be a deduction. Figure 6 will be a 1.5 turn spin. Pulling back to level. Figure 7 is a wedge, pull vertical, and then pull to 45 down inverted. Now 2 of 4, 2 90-degree rolls. There's 1 and 2, back to 45 up, 45 up, right, and then pull level. Figure 8 is an interesting construction. Another thing that's in here for wind correction, it's a T-loop, pull vertical, quarter roll. Again, he can take it either direction. He'll choose based on how he's positioned in the box. And then he'll pull a 3/4 loop. And this figure combined with the next figure allow him to position himself where he wants to be. With the next figure is a Humpty. He'll pull vertical. Competitors want to be the right distance away from the judges. They don't want to be too far or too close. So these figures allow them to adjust. And nothing on the up line here. Then he'll pull the down line and then do a 3/4 roll. So he's going downwind again. So we'll expect him to go left. There it is. Stop. Good. And then pull to level. That's figure 9. Figure 10, full roll. And now a half Cuban, which is a 5/8 loop. So inverted 45 down. We'll do a half roll this line. Full level. Figure 11 is just a plain hammerhead. This is like, now you have some time to talk about the cap some more. What else do you want to tell us about the cap?
Oh, you know, it was a delightful airplane to fly. As people know, it's pretty much all wood, except this is the 232, so the wing is carbon. And it's an airplane that was alive, right? So when you were in a really dry climate, the airplane would creak and it would get a little loose, and you'd have to tighten up the tail bolts, and then the opposite. And it was an airplane that you just paid attention to a lot, but it was a delightful airplane to fly.
I have a question off of the chat there. In your opinion, which presents better, the cap or the Pansel?
Wow, I haven't watched the Pansel enough recently to look, but I think they both have that similar flat belly and the low wing, so they probably look pretty similar in the sky.
Having flown them both, the cap tumbles better. It's a better freestyle airplane. The Pansel's more like an Aero. Might be a little better for advanced flying, I would think. Yep. Just my thought.
Yep.
Cap's a little less stable, I think. But they're very similar airplanes, honestly. Okay, well, we saw Grant finish up with a 2 of 2, followed by a half loop up, 1/2 roll, snap roll, opposite direction, and then his roller. And it looked like he scored every figure there, so good flight from Grant. Bring back some memories then to watch.
It does, definitely, for sure. You know, I've owned a Staudacher, a cap, and an extra.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, so
okay.
I flew serial number 1 of the Staudachers,
okay,
and then we built a second, so I've actually owned 2 of them, and enjoyed them a lot. I think the biggest difference between those airplanes and sort of a modern 330 SC or the cap is the acceleration on the ailerons is just so nice, right in an extra. When you start rolling, it's rolling right now, where it feels like in the Staudacher, it just takes a little bit of time to get to full
fabric ailerons can't help.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay, next we have Steve Johnson. I can do a pretty good impersonation of Steve Johnson. I won't do it right now. That's what everyone knows I can do one. Steve is out of Tennessee, and he has a nickname, which is Foghorn. Now, is he called Foghorn because of an accent, or because he sounds like a foghorn?
Because he sounds like Foghorn Leghorn.
Like Foghorn Leghorn?
The rooster, yes.
All right. Well, he's a happy guy, always smiling. He's flying an MX-2, very capable aircraft. And Steve has been on the team before.
I think that he told me he traveled with him in 2004 and 2006.
Okay. From the MX very much? The MX series?
Just a little bit. I might have 5 hours in it. And having flown both the NG Extra and the MX, you know, when you get that composite fuselage, they're very stiff.
Yes.
They both feel very similar. They ride very hard.
I had the prototype S-Bach 342, and that was the first one I got on the plane and flew it. First thing I noticed was how incredibly stiff it was.
Yeah, it's really
And all
stiff.
the stops just feel different.
Yep.
There's no ringing. As an engineer, the way I put it, there's no ringing. It just stops very crisply. And I had an MX2, enjoyed it. It's a good airplane, and I have an MXS. It's going to be delivered to me very soon, and flown the NG quite a bit. They're all good airplanes. The composite is definitely the way to go. If you can afford to get a composite airplane, they are a lot stiffer, a lot crisper to fly. Okay, Steve Johnson setting up to fly his free program in his MX2.
I would be curious of the people that are on watching with us. Where are you all watching from, and how did you hear about this? Yesterday we had Australia, Hungary. Yeah. I'm trying to remember where else we had somebody. Of course, lots of places around the United States, some Canadians. And a lot of parents for the U.S. Air Force cadets.
Yeah.
There's the bell. He's wagging in. Figure 1 will be a Humpty. Pull vertical, 2 of 4. And then pull back to vertical. Full roll down. And then pull level. Figure 2 is a double Humpty. Pull vertical down. We'll do a 1.5 roll and downline, then pull back to vertical. Mike, how much has the sport changed since you were really active?
In some ways a lot, and in some ways not at all, right? The people are talking about the same things they talked about forever, and the controversy of, you know, the judges were harsh on me, or the judges were easy, or who has a halo and who doesn't, it's still all the same. I think the complexity of Unlimited with opposite rotations and things like that definitely changes it. Advanced seems very similar, maybe a little bit more negative in advance than there was.
There's a 1.5 turn spin. It's figure 3 for Steve. Well, the hardware's changed, but it's still the same thing fundamentally, isn't it?
It is. Absolutely.
Figure 4 is going to be a wedge. Pull vertical, half roll. Push. 45 down. Snap roll. Pull level. Into that figure. And figure 5 is another double Humpty. This one's going to be a pull, push, pull. So pull, push over the top. Back to vertical. This is another kind of wind corrector figure. We'll do a 2 of 8, his choice which way to go. It's going to come closer. Most competitors seem to be trying that plan. The wind's probably pushing them away from us a little bit, so they're all choosing to turn toward us. Quarter roll. And then he needs to finish his figure going downwind, which he is. Figure 6, a half loop down. He'll do a half snap followed by a half loop down. Do you favor going left or right with your snap rolls? You do it either way.
You do it either way. A lot of times snapping with, if there's a wind direction, trying to go into the wind with my foot, right? Especially if I'm close to the judges.
Yeah. Hammerhead next with figure 8. Half roll is figure 7. Yeah, most competitors, they don't learn to snap both directions. It's very hard for them to learn to snap both directions.
Yep.
I tend to favor my left foot, both for positive and negative snaps. But other people favor the right foot. Usually if they start flying a Sukhoi, they favor the right foot.
Yeah, for sure.
Figure 9 is a wedge, pull vertical, pull the 45 down inverted, do a 1.5 roll on the 45-degree line. And then pull level. Yeah, so for me it's like, well, there's an emergency, I'll use my right foot. That's basically how it works, you know?
Absolutely.
Pull vertical, now we're going to have a hammerhead, and a 3 of 4 in the down line.
The one thing that I really found awesome is there's still a lot of people in the sport that are around that when I was here, and they're just so passionate about it and trying to do great. And I mean, they just love aerobatics and love aerobatic airplanes, which is honestly one of the reasons why I'm here. We just love the sport and love the IAC, right? And
yeah, for sure. Good to have you here. Figure 11 is a push humpy, 2 of 8 in the up line, and then you'll just pull back to level now, and then set up figure 12, which is a reverse, or excuse me, a half Cuban. Half roll here, pull back to level. Figure 13 is going to be half loop up, 2 of 2, so 2 half rolls, followed by a half loop up. You'll end that inverted. And then figure 14 will be the roller, which is a 90-degree turn with a half inside roll. Okay, good flight by Steve, I would say.
yeah, it's neat to see some of the people here. You know, when like a lot of people might know Mike Hugh was the contest director, and essentially his dad and Gene Soucy's dad and a bunch of people started the IAC back in late 1960s, 1970, and Mike was just probably an 8 or 10-year-old kid at the time, and has been in the sport his whole life, and is even today here running the nationals, right?
Yeah, so he's IAC 3 or 4 or something
like that. Yeah,
50 years, 52 years, whatever it is, it's been. He's been here the entire time, and it's really neat to see him. He's just really enjoying being the contest director and doing a great job.
Yeah, we've got quite a eclectic group of people here in the chat, and it looks like we have people from Sydney, but Ian Day is going to be moving on to Hong Kong tonight. Yep, and of course Oregon, Texas, California, Germany again. We have a fellow here who's here somewhere on the field, and he says it's weird to look up and see this cast here while he's actually sitting on the field. So we're over his head. Nebraska, cheers from Brazil, and then it looks like Sweden, Arizona, Louisville, Kentucky,
My birthplace.
Ontario, Canada.
Very nice.
So the judges are taking a quick break, so probably about 5 or 7 minutes before we get the next pilot into the box, and that'll be Tom Thomason will be next.
Mike's back on.
We're good. All right, everybody. So we're back. Michael and Jim are here. Thomason, flying a G202, is up next. He's just finishing his warm-up maneuvers.
And the Giles 202 is a progenitor of the MX aircraft series, designed by Richard Giles. We have a 200 here as well, and a 202 in the competition. Smaller airplanes. They got that swept back leading edge, which looks like a DC-3 or a T6.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but it's a really good stamp characteristics.
Yeah. And they're known for super, super fast roll rates.
That's true.
Most of the pilots can't keep up with the roll rate of the airplane. It's more like a T-38 than it is anything else, right?
You must have met Richard Giles at some point.
I did.
He lives near me, and we've hung out quite a bit. He's a nice guy, really good guy who really loves airplanes, of course. And made a big impact on the sport.
Yeah, for sure.
The first composite monoplane, I suppose.
I think it was. Yeah, I mean, if you think back in the 90s, so sort of like the Rebel 300, John Stoddicker's airplane, the Edge, all of those airplanes really were super prolific back at the time, and the Giles as well. And now the sort of performance has kind of passed them by a little bit, and we're in the world of sort of extras and MXs at the moment as far as competition goes.
Yes, here we go. Looks like Tom's going to set up for his entry. We'll see him wag 3 times to begin the sequence. Maybe making one last turn here, maybe just a little more repositioning needed. Competitors have no time limit. They can set themselves up how they need to. And of course, they're always concerned about the wind, so most of them are trying to start today kind of in the center of the box. Okay, here we go, 3 wags. There's the bell. Tom's first figure is a Humpty. Pull vertical. And then pull the vertical down with a roll on the down line. All figures begin and end in level flight. So pretty much anytime they go level, that means they've ended a figure and going to start a new one. So that's going to be the end of figure 1. Figure 2 is a hammerhead with a 45 up. Now pull the vertical. And do a hammerhead turn to the top. Two of 2 on the down line. Pull level. Figure 3 is an end figure. Pull vertical, pull the 45 down inverted with a half roll, then he'll pull vertical again. You flown the Giles very much?
I've only got one flight in the Giles, actually, the 200.
Oh, really? Small.
Really small.
A 2-bladed prop?
2-bladed prop, the prototype one, the blue one with the red and white stripes down the side. And I flew it after the Nationals one year when it was in Denison. And funny story, the next person to fly it was Matt Chapman, and he put his head through the canopy.
Oh, very funny. Okay, figure 4, 1.5 turn spin. I guess everything worked out okay then.
Everything is okay.
Matt's head, of course.
Matt's head's hard. It doesn't matter anyway. Yeah. There's nothing in there.
No problem there. Figure 5 will be a wedge, pull vertical. 2 of 4. Just 2 quarter rolls. And then push to 45 down upright. You'll do a snap on this 45 line. And what judges look for in these figures is that the aircraft doesn't have any extra movements. Wherever the aircraft's supposed to do something like a roll or a pull, it should be very clean. Figure 6, P-loop, which is pull vertical, and then pulling into a 3/4 loop back to upright. Figure 7, pull vertical. This will be a hammerhead with a 3/4 roll down. And as always, when moving from the X to the Y axis, the competitor can choose which direction to roll. Most of the competitors are taking these rolls to come towards the judges because the wind is blowing a little bit away from the judges today. They'll do the same thing. Coming towards us now for figure 8, which is a Humpty. Pull vertical, half roll, push back to the vertical down line, and then a 2 of 8 that you'll want to take to the downwind direction. So you'll go left, 2 of 8, 1, 2, and pull level. Figure 9, we sometimes call an alien. Is that what do you call it, Mike?
I don't know what it's called.
Because it looks like an alien's
It does
head.
look like an alien's head.
So pull to 45, half roll, and then push back to vertical down. It's a 5/8 loop on the vertical, so sometimes called an alien.
Yeah, looks like Matt Chapman said. I would
There
think.
it is.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
Matt Chapman said.
Designed to pierce canopies.
Absolutely.
And then back to level. Figure 10, pull 45, 2 of 4. And then pull the vertical down. And this will be another figure that goes from the X to the Y, so we'll be able to choose which direction to go for the quarter roll on the down line. And depending on what the wind is doing, he might go towards us. No, he's going to go away from us. So he feels like he's a little close, wants to go back to the center. Pull vertical again. Figure 11, quarter roll. And now he's going to pull to inverted 45. 2 of 4. Just 2 90-degree rolls. Pull level into that figure. Figure 12 is a half loop up. It'll be a half roll followed by a 2 of 2 in the opposite direction. So half roll one way, and then 2 half rolls the other way. Back to upright. Next figure is a double snap. And lastly, we have the roller, which is a 90-degree roller with a half inside landing inverted. Looks like he's coming towards us. And that's the end of that sequence. Thomason, the Giles 202, and I guess at this point we're going to hand this off. Is that right?
I think that's right.
We're going to hand the controls over to Jeff Petrucelli and Mark Pollard. Guys, how you doing?
Hey everybody! Hey
Hello.
guys!
Good to see you. I'm gonna get out of my chair so you can get in it. Have at it.
We were just coming to thank you and the IAC for.
Well, you are so welcome, and thanks everybody who's watching. I'll be watching too. I'll be watching you guys.
You didn't need to send the charter jet to pick us up, but the IAC was nice enough to send a G650. Yeah, which was super inconvenient.
To the table.
Did you go into the minibar or no? I did. You did? Cleaned it out. Okay, good. Yeah, we're gonna have to increase membership prices next year. Oh boy, let's take a look at the flight.
Is this
So
finished
Jeff-
Thomason? Yeah.
Yep, we're just done with Tom.
And up next
Mario
we have
next?
Mario.
Cool. Mario's flying a 330 SC. He is such a stud. He's a stud. Flying
He's,
AJs.
He's like 6'6", built, and can fly really, really well.
It's a tall dude.
Yeah.
He actually comes from Guatemala.
That's right. Look at vacation on there.
Little warm-up figures here. Seems like he's pumped up. Excited. Think a little bit of nerves. Calm down.
I think
After the known.
everybody's got nerves. I mean, everybody wants to be on the team slot.
Mike, did you have warm-up figures when you were flying?
Did not, no.
Do you think that was
Only in World Championships and Unlimited.
so? Like at a nationals, if you're going for the team, you're unlimited, and you guys are going to be, really pushing and pulling. So if the first push, you come out of the seat a little bit, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, I think the reason they do it in Unlimited in a world level, I think, is because you can go 3 or 4 days without flying, so you need some G tolerance. When you're here at the Nationals, especially on a team selection year, you get to fly almost every day, right? So we pulled and pushed really hard and made sure that everything was tight, and you didn't know any better at the time.
Yeah.
Right? But now looking at it, even Advance is doing warm-up figures, and I think it's very good.
Yeah. It's crazy too, because like Advanced back in '96, I guess late '90s, early. I don't want to say it wasn't difficult, but you look at it now compared to it, and it's like a new category. It's
Yeah.
not unlimited, but
Yeah.
it's definitely more than it was. So it's really a tough category to win, and this year, especially with AWAC, Advanced Worlds coming up, whoever wins this year, like, gosh.
Hey, that's the bell.
they're
He's
working
coming in.
amazing. And here comes Mario. So you got a double roll and then a half loop up. And figure 1 here. 3 times 2 with the snap and a half, same direction. 1, 2, 3, snap and a half. It's flying fast. Right into a push end figure with a 45 down full flip.
This is your sound level. Up here in the green.
Okay, cool.
Shove it up all the way to.
Talk louder, roger that. That's a hard figure to do and keep the line too, because you're coming off the line with a positive flick, and you want to set back the 45 down. And then he's setting up here for a spin. You got a 1.5 turn snap. Think. Little rollback. This is a great figure for positioning too at the bottom of the line. It's a Cole Humpty figure, 3/4 roll down. It was a little short before. Half loop up, 3/4 roll, quarter roll opposite. Hammerhead. You got a quarter roll down. He's going to exit on the Y. See which way he takes it. I guess he's getting blown away from us. So he's going to take the judges. Yeah. He's looking good. He's keeping it right in front of the judges. Exit inverted, 2 of 4 up. Sorry, 2 of 4 down. Looks a little rushed. What do you think?
Yeah, you want to see him draw a little bit more of that down line before starting?
Yeah, it just seems like he's... Cadence is a little off. Right. How do you feel about that, Mike? A little rushed. Yeah. But then snatching is too, because everybody's heart is racing.
We haven't been here very long, but it seems like the wind has picked up in the last couple hours. Maybe an hour and a half since we started, when we first got here.
Yeah.
It seems like it's picking up a little bit.
It was about 22 knots earlier, so
boy.
at that altitude.
So we got a pull, push, pull Humpty with the roll and a half on the down. Let's see if he waits a little bit more before he initiates this roll and a half, because he's going to be going slower. Yeah, see how that a little bit short before. Up, looks like a little bit
Commentary is a bit soft.
Commentary's a bit soft. Okay.
Yep.
We'll
pick it up.
We'll pick up the.
Can you hear me?
We can now.
Can you hear me now? We have to be able to talk over the sound of that beautiful Lycoming 580 on that 330 SC.
They say that the airplane noise is really spectacular.
All right. Yeah, I would agree. I thought that was a solid sequence.
You know, it's funny because I feel like when I fly, I have to remind myself that my mind is double timing. So what I think is taking 2 seconds is really only 1 second. And if I don't remember that, everything is always short before and short. There's a ton of shorts and shorts. Do you do any tricks, Mike?
Again,
think at it like a metronome pace.
Absolutely, and I think what people don't know just by looking at it, that this is a mental game as much as anything, right? And you're at the Nationals, it's the free, like we're saying, this is your first opportunity to kind of ratchet it up a little bit, and you want to get through the known sort of in a nice, solid, easy position. I'm somewhere in the top 5 or 6 or 7, whatever. But then the free, it's your sequence, right? So it's where you want to try to put your exclamation point on it, so you start to ratchet it up a little bit. And
that's where you want to shine.
Yeah, it really is, and I think he was super aggressive. You could see that
which was
in
great.
The fly, which was awesome. But
a little rushed.
Maybe a little rushed.
Is that just because you have a natural tendency to anticipate the next maneuver? Even in your free, which should be the most familiar to you, you're still going to be kind of anticipating that next figure?
I think it's just your timing's off. I think you're in a new environment.
Just the pacing.
And
just
nobody's used to being, trying to make the team for an AWAC, trying to win an at. You can't replicate a contest setting at home. Yeah. Did you have, when you had your freestyle, was your card all noted out?
Yeah, so I had
just because of
red
winds.
for downwind, blue for end of the wind.
Right.
Yeah, I had my own little way of writing my sequence card.
The gates and all that.
But you had to memorize too.
Yeah, but I always look at the card. Even in near show flying, when I'm going vertical, I'm looking at the card. What are the next 2? And it's just one of those things that if you started as a sportsman pilot, it just carries through your career, because as you get into advanced and unlimited, and you need to look at the card for unknowns.
Yeah.
It's critical, and if it's just not part of your habit pattern, then it's hard to learn that, right?
That's pretty cool that you still use the Arresti card for the air shows and
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah. That would be pretty cool. Is like instead of doing an air show, just fly the 2022 unlimited known with smoke. You'd get like 5 people at the air show that would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd love it. Like, holy crap.
So we have Michael Lentz. He's doing his warm-up figures.
See, Michael Lentz, we don't really like right now because he didn't tell us that he was flying a mid-wing at Nationals. He kind of snuck in here,
He kept it a secret,
and
we need to know all information, especially when it pertains to any mid-wing extra.
yes.
But yep, he's sharing same mid-wing with Mr. Demovic.
Demovic. It's an ex-Northern Light. Oh my God, we got the Donnie.
I know.
Northern Lights.
I know.
Best team ever.
This is special right now. Absolutely.
It's a special moment.
Special moment.
Yeah.
Do you think
beautiful
paint
Do you
job?
think there's ever going to be a formation team like that again?
I hope so.
Oh, I want it back so bad.
Me too. I was getting my hopes up for the Amazon team with the Game Birds.
Yeah, the AWS, yeah.
You know, the Flying Bulls, there's a team in Europe that you guys may know that's been going for decades.
Long
and they're just insane, right? They started off with Slim 50 LSs, and
Oh yeah,
now I think they're now in S-Box, and I've watched them fly a lot in Europe, and it's unbelievable. There's 4 airplanes all upside down doing negative everything. And it's amazing to watch them.
Incredible
Now,
formation
see,
aerobatic team.
Mark and I disagree on one thing. Well, many things. But we were talking about bowling, but that's not really pertaining to here. But we disagree with formation aerobatic teams. He likes it when they're different colors and different models. I feel like they got to be the same model, same color, and the only thing different is the number on the tail.
That's because he's from California. He watches Sean and Bill
That's
and all
right.
those guys.
That's
He's supporting
right.
the worst coast, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
it
think
hurts
they
my
have to-
heart.
I have to think they
How much did you pay last month for your water bill and gardening?
Don't ask.
Yeah.
Don't
I was
ask.
just in LA at this air show. $7.10 for a gallon of premium gas.
That is
$7. I thought that I'm like, is that for $100? They're like, no, it's just for normal gas.
Marty Lillet's $5.20.
Yeah. If Mark got an electric car, he could sponsor an airshow pilot.
Hell yeah. It's true. Need a second income.
We have a question here. They want to know: are there any glass airs competing?
No.
Not here.
Not at Nationals.
Have there ever been a glass air?
No, I don't think I've ever seen one.
There, glass
You might
airs
see
can,
one at a regional.
They can do aerobatics, but,
Yeah, for sure.
but I've never seen one compete.
That's a good question. It's a great airplane.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the best platform for aerobatics, but
You know
certainly
what-
could do primary.
You know what we need here is the 152 aerobat.
Yes. I agree.
We need Doug Masters
Flying the snake.
flying the snake as the warm-up figure.
I agree. All right, here comes the wag. Mr. Lentz
I love
coming
it.
in.
First figure is a pull vertical 2x4 and a exit inverted, so he's going to pull the inverted after this. Gosh, that plane is beautiful.
One of the most beautiful painted extras I've ever seen. It looks airbrushed. I think the entire top of the airplane is airbrushed in that beautiful Stars and Stripes American flag paint
I
job.
feel like we need to say the Pledge of Allegiance before he enters.
You got to stand, take your hat off.
Gosh.
1.5
turn inverted spin and a half roll down. That's a lot to put into one figure for advance, but let's see. Mike is awesome. A little bit of ratchet there. Half roll. He's so smooth. I think he's got like 30 minutes in this airplane.
About that. He actually practiced initially in the Super Decathlon to do it, and then at last minute decided to fly the midwing. He's never flown the midwing before, and he's in advanced and doing pretty well.
I think you should sell your mid-wing because you'll never be this good.
Just assume you're going to get second whenever Mr.
2 or 4.
Lentz shows up.
That's the hard thing with extras is anytime you're on a horizontal line doing any quarter rolls or hesitation rolls, 8s, you know, the extra is just knowing where you got to really cheat to be over, especially when the canopy is towards the judges. And it's a lot. I mean, Mike, what would you say the cheat is for a quarter roll and a horizontal line going across like 10 to 15 degrees?
Yeah, I was going to say, it has to be visible to you inside the cockpit, right? So that's
Yeah.
probably 10 degrees.
It's a lot. It's like, I remember when I was learning, I'm like, there's no way it's this much. And they're like, actually, maybe a couple degrees more. Yeah.
Is it less in the midwing than it would be on 300L?
It depends. If it's the same wing on the L, it should be the same.
Yeah.
I think.
Pretty much the same wing. Different ailerons, maybe.
Yeah. He's on figure number 5 here. So pull Humpty. He's going to pull back to vertical here with a half roll and exit inverted. It's flying really good.
A great job keeping it right in front of the judges.
So smooth. And you see how his spacing between the rolls is just more consistent. He's probably going to drive this a little bit. And a lot of times people pull down really, they don't draw a radius here. Let's see if he just lets it float. Yeah, see
Little
that?
tendency to pinch.
Really nice. And then gather it up right here. And there's a double roll on the bottom. There's 1, 2. I think the Northern Lights midwings roll faster than the other midwings.
I was shocked at how fast mine rolled compared to the 300L. I haven't flown other midwings, but
Yeah.
it's a nice rolling airplane. It is interesting though. If we see an SC after this, which I don't know if we do or not. Let's see.
Looked like there was a
we don't,
big pause between the snap. Not that it was going to score bad, but a bit of a pause. Push down 45 full roll and then pull vertical.
Two original extra 300s in advance this year, vying for the team with 3 pilots total flying them. So that's pretty cool. You don't see that every year.
In fact, I got a fun fact about a midwing right after this flight.
I love fun facts.
Yeah.
Lori knows I love fun facts.
Yeah.
That's another hard figure to really get right is 45 downs or even ups with rotations, keeping the line. Because there's a lot
That's
of...
got to be an easy way to see getting off the 45 up or down.
Something that Rob Holland struggles with daily.
Got him.
Here's that 1 1/4 roll. He's going to exit. Let's see. He's going to go away from the judges. Let's go towards the judges.
Yep.
Okay. I love when the plane comes towards the judges. It just looks cool. Got a pull Humpty with a 2 of 8 down. 2 of 8s are also hard to do because it's such a minute rotation. It's not a big rotation, and you want to make them crisp, but it's a real quick stick movement. It took me a while to really nail those down. I don't think I really got them. Full roll, full loop up, 2 of 4, and a opposite 1.5 snap to inverted. His looping figures are great.
Michael Lentz he flies so beautiful. I mean, everybody's seen him in the Super Decathlon over the years, and a little bit of flying in Aaron McCartan's Hansel, but he's flying the extra really, really beautiful.
It's a big airplane to move around too.
Mm-hmm.
I think people don't realize how big the midwing is.
It's a big airplane.
Yeah. It's a Heffa. Looks like he's coming up a little short on that 90. Yeah. I can't really see from the TV where was that short?
Based on the angle, it looks a little short. Yeah.
So the fun fact, are you ready? Because we have the author here. You in your book, everybody's got to buy Advanced Aerobatics by Mike Goulian.
Yes.
But a lot of the pictures are from the midwing, right?
They are.
Ed
Actually,
Jepson's midwing.
Ed Jepson's midwing. We took all the pictures on that.
Yeah,
That's so cool.
Yep.
it's really cool. And that midwing, I actually got to fly because a good friend of mine bought it. One of my best friends, actually. And that thing was super fast. It was rigged amazing.
Yeah.
It was like one of the things you didn't have to do anything to. Like, no, we didn't have to do any P-strap. No, we didn't have to go to Russian way. We were putting bricks on the ailerons and wedges. It was just, and it didn't have spades. It had the, they weren't shovels. What was it? It was like a shovel with like a dog ear down.
Yeah, and an airplane in the 90s like that, that's kind of what they did. And apparently it was for certification or something when the airplane was upside down. It had sort of pressed up rolling ability. Marcus X was here, so maybe he knows.
Yeah.
If not, he can ask his dad.
When I bought mine, it came with both.
I actually like that.
That's what I have on the airplane now. It works fine.
It's so funny. I mean, we heard you talking earlier a little bit about spade setup and it really it's not apples and oranges, but it's what the pilot likes. But I don't think, like to this day, and I don't have a lot of experience. I'm still not happy with. I mean, I'm at a point where I'm happy, but I'm not done.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I feel like nobody's ever done playing with their aileron and tuning it, and they're always looking to make it a little bit because there's always something like you're giving a little bit here to get a lot more here, but you still want to get that back somehow.
Yeah, it takes forever, right? And like my 300S was probably the airplane that I liked the ailerons the best, and when we had it done, like it didn't matter. Like, don't touch the tape, don't touch the spades, don't touch the sighting device, nothing. Everything was set.
Wow.
And I was like, you can do anything you want to the airplane, but don't touch any of that.
All right, looks like Anthony Oshinuga coming in his Pitts S1S. Just flagged in. Cowbell has rung.
Oh, no warm up. I like this guy
No
already.
warm up. Full set.
To me, that's an extra 50 points.
Just add it on.
Just add it on. All right, looks like a 45 Humpty, so pull 45, then pull vertical. 45s and frees are kind of tough to have because they're very subjective. So I've heard, it's usually good not to have too many 45s, but you still have to have them because you can't replicate figures, you can't use the same, all that kind of stuff. So you do end up having some.
Almost inevitable.
Yeah. So, but you do want to try to limit them. So you got a 2 or 4 up and a push down so you're torquing off a little bit there. Stalled out a little bit. It's 45 down. Nothing on that line. Pull back to level. What we got next? Cuban, half Cuban with a quarter roll, 3/4 roll opposite.
I'll be curious to see if there's any turbulence. I mean, even down this low, if they're getting rocked a little bit. I mean, wind's kind of come down a little bit. It's not too bad down here, but wind's a lot maybe.
Looks like he's taking a break. I got to be honest though. I mean, as far as conditions, I'd take a little bit of wind and having cool temperatures instead of working with like high humidity.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing worse. Because you come from the same elevation as me, and you're, Mike, you're by my, so like, we're not used to flying at a higher elevation with higher temps. So like usually our first pulls, we're like, you're trying to feel where the air is going to break on the wing.
No, it's amazing. If anybody, I'm so used to flying at sea level or just a few thousand feet high. Go up to 6,000 or 7,000 feet high on a warm day, and then just do your normal pull, and you will be unpleasantly surprised at how the airplane behaves.
That's going to affect you for some of the the Midwest air shows.
The Midwest, you'd be amazed at how
You get,
different
like,
the air is.
90 and like 110 humidity.
Yeah, you
like,
get
it's
to,
screwed.
you go out and practice in Pickle, Ohio the week before Oshkosh, and
Oh god,
it's
that's
only
August.
1,000 feet, but it's 95 degrees. It feels like 195, right? And the airplane's totally different.
Yeah, and that, looking at the underpowered airplanes here, all the 4-cylinder airplanes, to which there are a lot of in the advanced category, they're not going to see those performance degradations and issues. It's a beautiful day to fly, actually.
Yeah.
Temperature-wise. Wind's maybe about 30 degrees off the y-axis right now.
There's something about a Pitts that's just so cool to watch. Gotta be honest.
The S1's a beautiful airplane.
Yeah. Oh. 1 1/4 outside spin there. Then they pull 45, half roll, and then pull vertical down, exit.
You hear those guide wires and eye struts singing there?
Tens. Then end figure level. Next figure is a pull, Humpty.
This is the same airplane that Anthony races with at the Reno Air Races, or at least has in years past. So kind of a jack of all trades. Does air shows in it, competes at nationals on the national level, and air races.
He did a tour too, didn't he? He flew around the country or something like that.
He did, and he did a trek to Alaska, I think, and sponsored by Epic Fuels.
He flew to Alaska.
Yeah.
Why would anybody do that?
Can't remember if he made it all the way, but it was quite the journey to do
kidding.
something up there.
I actually want to go on an Alaskan cruise one time.
Oh, it'd be super fun.
Yeah, 3/4 snap, nice snap, little ratchety. But at least he held the line after, very nice. Pull, push, pull Humpty, 2 of 8 up, and a half roll down. 1, 2.
Looking pretty decent.
I like it. See if he closes it, close that, close it. Nice. Could have waited before that half roll. And we got a pull vertical, pull 45 down, so wedge figure with a 4 times 8. This might be a little tough because it's going to take a lot of altitude. The Pitts roll rate isn't super duper fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, a little over on points 2. And we got a full roll, half loop up. And then we got from inverted, pull 45 down, half roll, pull vertical, so bow tie. Makes me want to eat bow tie pasta. Got a half roll, pull vertical up. I love bow tie pasta. Oil and garlic.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
Yeah.
A little salt.
Oh, gosh. And then we got to pull 45 down from here with the 2 times 4. Let's see if he puts the right cheat in. I think he's got to go a little bit under on the first point. You see how he went?
Like he did? Yeah.
Looks like he went over.
Oh, over. It's hard to tell on this. The feed.
Oh, I got a
starting
big
to cut
TV.
out. I know. I need to watch the
No,
TV.
I'm using the TV.
The TV looks good.
That's mine. And we got a full snap. The Pits guys get so mad because you can't cheat with snap rolls in this, so they hate monoplane guys for doing it.
You know,
A little under
Keep
on the
hating.
roller. Nice flying, Anthony. I like it. Now he made me hungry too.
hungry and loving biplanes at the same time.
Yeah. That seems like it's something too, Mike, that people need to maybe work on more. That it's very common is the over and unders with horizontal line point rolls. Seems to be coming up a lot, especially at regionals and stuff, and it's an easy fix.
It is. Honestly, I think it's something at a regional level people don't know. They don't understand. They don't work on it, right?
Yeah.
So, because it changes, right? As you're higher, it's a different amount of over or under as it is if you're lower to the ground, right?
Yeah.
So it's always changing.
You get 2 copies. Are these the 2 copies?
Wait, we overheard something
Sorry.
with Matt Chat, but didn't Matt buy a Pitts
Well,
special?
not all of them.
He
Not
did.
all-
Matt
okay.
is rebuilding a
copy's
Pitts
not listed
S1S.
the best.
But
Some.
but he's gonna fly it, or is he gonna remote control fly it?
I think he's going to build it and sell it.
They told us. We love you, Matt.
Shout out to Matt Chapman.
Love Matt Chapman.
Matt, who?
Who? Who's that guy? Here we got coming in. Looks like warm-up figures for
Ooh.
Mr. Matthew Dunfee.
The leader of the pack.
Yeah, flying the most beautiful extra 330 SC
I
you've
was
ever
gonna-
seen.
This is the first time I've seen that extra. It may be a little difficult maybe to see in the sky, but obviously not on today though. But
Yeah.
man, it is the most beautiful airplane. I love it.
It's
Just
pretty.
love it. It's beautiful.
You know, I have an SC too, Mike,
Yeah, it's okay.
and I never
It's
heard you
okay.
say that about my airplane.
It's okay.
The only complaint
You're
about
agreeing with envy and oh, sorry.
he painted it in Monster Energy colors because he's still
Uh-huh.
trying to work on that
Is that how-
sponsorship
is
for the
that
bed.
Okay.
Because
It's not going
my
good.
fingernails are still clean. I haven't cleaned any bugs yet.
Oh gosh, there are plenty of bugs on my airplane. Plenty. But he's got a 4-blade prop on this.
Yeah, he's got to get rid of the 4-blade prop. It sounds like a 172 SP.
If I was a
Box.
judge, I might start at a 9.
Everybody needs a Skydynamics 6-1
Yeah.
and a 3-blade prop
I want eardrums
with a lot of
bleeding.
cord. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I want my Apple Watch to say, "Hey, you're in a high noise environment. You should watch that.
You should be careful.
You should be careful."
I know this conversation has already passed, but they've got a little conversation going on about the Glacier. We're back to that again.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And so somebody did get on and say it does have aerobatic capability, of course, but it is, of course, spin recovery characteristics. And then the guy came on and said, well, so what makes good spin recovery characteristics?
Ones that you can recover from.
Yep.
In fact,
Ones that are recoverable.
off aerobatics, one of the airplanes that I really want to fly again and may want to get, I don't know if you guys have flown one, it's the Glacier Sportsman.
Yeah.
What
They're
a
nice
cool
airplanes.
plane.
Yeah.
It can go like super slow, you can land grass, it's like a Tundra, but it goes like 140 knots.
Well,
Yeah.
for you aerobatic aficionados sitting here, who flew air shows in a glass air in a top hat and tail?
Oh, I know, the magic one, right?
Oh my gosh, this is way back.
Come on, you guys. I'm so disappointed.
Wasn't it blue?
Bob Herendeen.
Oh, God.
Wow, that's a throwback.
That's why he's the Don.
That's why he's the Don. That's why we love him.
Very disappointed.
He keeps all those facts in that beautiful hair.
Rory, you need to hire better talent for next year.
I agree.
I believe
With
that's
a wider
correct.
breadth of knowledge.
No more private jets.
All right, we got the cowbell. I think we saw the lag already.
Dunfee is flying on rails. Let's see. Oh my gosh.
God, listen to that airplane. You can hear the airflow over that wing change.
Yeah, Dunfee likes to fly really tight,
He's flying it hard already.
really fast, really driving this vertical up. Solid. The plane's not moving. Really nice. A little torquey over the top. 2 or 4 down. A little short after, but nice. Full 45 up. Looks good. I do a hammerhead. Nothing going up. And that's the thing with these freezes. You want to make them as simple as possible. There's no need to be flashy if you're going to win.
You're designing the free to make yourself shine.
Yeah. Full roll down. See if he holds this line so he's not short after. Okay. Then we got a end figure, pull vertical up, pull 45 down, 2 or 4 on the 45 down, pull back vertical. Let's see if he does the cheat. That's like the new thing now. We're going to have to look out for.
Look for the cheat.
For the cheat. It's amazing too how much box position you can give up, pulling down to a line. Nice. Gosh.
That's going very nice.
and then simple vertical up, cap off, inverted. And he's going to go into a one-turn inverted spin. And this is tough too because you're not coming vertical, completely vertical down with the nose, so you got to pull the nose back down to vertical, which you're allowed to do, but you do have to set a vertical down after the spin. Power came back in with him there, so he's obviously positioning himself a little bit.
Gungan says, Glasshair sportsmen are heavily overvalued. It's rare to see one sell for under 125K.
Yeah, pull the nose back vertical. Nice.
I agree. I think everything's overvalued. That's a whole other topic conversation right now. Have you seen how much extra 330 SCs are selling for right now?
Quarter roll up.
Used and new are like just about the same price, which is pretty wild to see.
Man, he's flying like this sequence owes him money or something.
Jake,
Jeez.
I saw that question. Love you, Jakeys. I'll see you at Livermore hopefully this week. Never. Maybe someday. I don't know. Never say never, but yes, when am I going to fly? I don't know. I just love coming out here and hanging out.
Pull vertical. Pull Humpty, 3/4 roll up. A little under. Then he's going to pull around the vertical down with the 2 of 8 down. See if he spaces it right. If you do want to put hesitation rolls in your free, it's good to put them on a vertical roll, vertical up or down.
Probably wouldn't want to put them on the 45 in your own free, I would imagine.
But sometimes you like the rest of the sequence, and I guess you got to do it. I don't know. Half roll up, push 45 down. So you can make this a hard push or a soft push, but depending on how much the headwind is or what kind of real estate you want to give up.
What was Dunfee like as a teammate? You guys were both former teammates.
He was horrible. He's
terrible person.
Yeah, cursing at me all the time. He beat me up a couple times.
Yeah, sounds about it.
Really difficult to work with. No, he's an awesome guy. He gives you the shirt off his back. Super nice guy. He's got a wife and 2 kids at home, and just kind of happy to be flying acro.
And right now, he's sitting in the top position.
He's the type of guy that can't fly, that won't fly for 6 months and practice a week before contest and win. It's frustrating.
God, that SC rolls fast.
Yeah.
Beautiful rolling airplane.
Got a 3x2 here, 3 half rolls, back to upright, and then he's going to drive it a little bit and then do a snap and a half with a half loop down. Let's see if he. Nice snap. Came off the rudder, little pinch on the top. And then from here we got 4 half rolls. 1, 2, 3. Good cadence. Half roll up. And he can make this as tight as possible here because his last figure is a half turn 90-degree roller. And he's probably going to take it to the judges, I would say. Yep. See if the roll rate's consistent. Turn and stops on heading. I don't know, man. That was a little bit, but that was a really solid sequence. I think he held on to the lead.
Nice job, Dunfee.
What'd you see wrong with that, Mark?
I thought, to my untrained judge's eye, I thought it looked really good. I mean, there's little things that I can pick out. But
yeah, I think
sure
little
judge would go in
0.5s, little ones here or there. I don't think. I think from the 3 flights we've seen, that was the best.
No, and honestly, like the SC, it's such an amazing airplane and how capable it is and what it can do. But it does a really good job of staying tight. I mean, you can really keep it in front of judges, and it does everything really well. Not at blazing speeds. It's an amazing energy example for an airplane. When compared to just like the midwing, it took so much more.
When we have more free time, like we got to talk to you about because everybody's so focused on Unlimited, but you also won the Advanced Nationals.
Yeah. Well, I want to talk about this last flight for a second. I don't want to say about how great it was or not it was in case there's judges watching this whole thing. But one of the things that I look at when I'm watching is does the box control you or do you control the box, right? And Matt on that flight was totally in control of there was no rushing.
Yeah.
So sometimes people rush and you make the judges feel a little uneasy sitting in their chairs because they know that you're hyped up and pumped up. And then there's people that are just like putting it exactly where they want and how they want, and the rhythm is their rhythm. And Matt on that flight had that for me.
I felt like he was working the box too, because especially on the half loop, he was driving it. He put it where he wanted it to be, and he didn't. Let me just see here. I don't see any.
Well controlled.
I got to be honest, with the wind we have too, he has no wide box correctors here. So I mean, he really held the wind cheats really well. And we got Mr. President here. I thought that was a great solid
are we commenting on people's flying? Because I can do that. I haven't done it.
Yeah.
Not really, but
He started. I would say Matt's a strong pilot. He was national champion last year.
Yeah.
He started a little close. The only critique I could have really of it is
Yeah.
that position.
And you can't say he doesn't have any crossbars because he really has two in these Humpties. It's
Yeah.
a little advanced to talk about, I think, but
Yeah.
the size of the radius on the top of a Humpty,
Totally. You can move it. That's kind of a French thing. That's how we learned back 15 years ago. You can make a big radius on a Humpty and drive it, or you can just make it nice and tall and thin and come down and continue where you want.
I didn't have the sequence in front of it, but with the clean from what I saw.
I wonder if he overestimated the wind because it looked like it maybe died down a little bit from earlier flights, and maybe he started a little bit closer and then stayed a little bit closer.
It was definitely close. To me, it was too close to the beginning.
A little neck eight. Yeah.
100 meters. Not a lot.
Yeah.
So, there's this, that diagonal runway that is 1/8, which is in line with the center.
Is this?
And it's really tempting to fly right over that, which is fine. But if he's really being blown, he wanted to maybe start a little closer.
How do you feel about the boxes? You're flying unlimited, Jim. Is it confusing? Because I've been hearing, a little. In fact, one of the pilots I won't mention who got a little lined up wrong in the spin and exited a little off axis because of all the
Intersecting, yeah.
But that's no different than what we have anywhere. But the difference here is in SEMA, we have a box that has dashed lines that go from the center, and it really makes it a lot easier. They also have a wind arrow on the ground.
Oh, God.
So you know what your wind direction is when you're in the air. That's really nice. There's no reason we can't do that here. We just haven't talked about it. I think we should do that. We're at the Nationals. We should have a really good box. The markers can be a little bigger. It takes time and money to put that stuff up, but I think we'd all like it, so I think that's something we could do. I would say that to me the box is fine, but it just could be better because other people have figured out how to make it a little better. Let's do what they do.
Yeah.
Next up, you guys saw a little bit of his warm-up figures. Clayton Kirkland in his Pit Special S1S.
Is it not Kyle?
Did I say? What did I say?
Looks like Clayton.
Yeah, Clayton.
Is Clayton there?
Yeah. Kyle Collins is after.
Oh, after.
Clayton Kirkland just wagging in now. Cowbell's rung.
Very nice. So we got a wedge here, pull 40, pull vertical, pull 45 down, roll and a half, exit level. I'm excited for the biplanes and the 4 cylinders to hopefully make the team.
We've said it on the podcast. I've said it a few times. It would not shock me to see at least 2 4 cylinders, maybe even 3 on the team.
This is Kyle Collins. No biggie. We'll just call it. Looks like you're setting up here for a spin. Let's go. 1 turn, 1.5 turn upright spin.
So we may not have these.
That's all right. We've got to pull 45 up. Cap off level. Use a quarter roll right, 3/4 roll back to inverted.
Gets us one.
Yeah.
Half loop down. People can see what's going on. That's the trouble too with the pits, is because it's so tiny. You got to fly it a little bit lower. So, with a big girthy plane like the mid-wing.
I tell you what, the difference is staggering. Watching Michael Lentz and then watching Anthony Oshinuga fly. It's a noticeable difference.
Yeah.
I don't see his. Let's see. No. Unless we have some.
That's right. Looks like we got a 45 hammer, so pull 45 back to vertical. Nice. A little torquey, but
Yeah, you're looking at Kyle. He's next.
that's all right. So he's going to exit on the Y here. Seems like there's an off-judge wind. Would you say that, Joe?
Yeah, definitely pushing away from the judges today.
Which is great. The on-judge wind is really when it's, you really got to be
That's the
careful.
worst. When you get stuck up next to the judge's line, you panic. Almost everybody does. It's hard to make a good figure when you're worried about being over their heads.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it looks like it's shifted. It's almost now over the perpendicular to the Y now.
And it's tough too. I mean, when you're in a monoplane and got all this power and you're drawing these massive verticals and everything like that, when you're in a vertical for 15, 18 seconds, you're getting blown. If it's an on-judge wind, you're getting blown a decent amount. So sometimes it's not always good to draw those big lines. I think that's why earlier we were watching the YouTube feed and we saw a lot of people on unlimited pulling power in the verticals. And I think I don't know if I'm wrong here, but I think they didn't want to draw such crazy uplines because they were just going to get blown.
No, that's totally right. The wind picks up the higher you go. Generally, the wind gets stronger when you go high. So you start punching at 3,000 feet, you're going to be blown quite a bit more than 2,000.
Yeah.
So you try and contain the altitude. Plus, it looks better to be a little low. But you have to have enough smash to do the next figure. So it's an art.
Yeah. And AWAC, the Advanced Worlds is in Nevada, right?
Gene Nevada, right?
That's going to be great. Go gambling.
Yeah.
I wonder if we can get Vegas to put some odds on the AWAC.
That would be fun.
I would bet that.
That would be super fun.
Yeah.
I have to look up Gene, Nevada again. I think I flew in there once, and I believe there's a casino right on the field. Like literally right on the airport, I think.
We could just distract all the teams to go there and win. A little short after. Looks like he's getting a little low and knows it, so he's rushing everything right now. It's still a good sequence. Quarter roll out. What is that? Wolf wings? It looks like swept back wings on that thing. Nice.
It
snap.
looks like it. Yeah. It's a beautiful S1.
Yeah. And Clayton made the team in 2019. He was on the advanced team. The team that never was to be.
The team that never was.
The team that never was. We tried though. We tried. It's a little shallow
You
on
guys had
that.
a good team.
Oh, we were solid. Yeah. So he climbed a little bit into that roller. And it looks like it's a full turn, 90-degree roller. On heading, but rollers are tough, man. Rollers are so tough. Do you guys feel that too? Like with rollers, you guys will judge. With rollers, you can downgrade somebody if somebody does a 360-degree roller. I mean, how do you score above a 5?
Well, it's there.
Right?
You know, funny, we get the figures for the unlimited free unknown. I picked a roller, and everybody was hissing at me, like literally hissing like a bunch of cats when I did it. But and I can't fly them probably a lot better than everybody else.
Yeah.
But the nice thing about a roller is it really differentiates the pilots, and it also is easy to fly or can be flown in any aircraft, so you don't have to worry about someone maybe complaining they don't have the horsepower for it. So it's really a nice figure to put in a sequence. But they are very hard to fly well, and they're very hard to judge. In the IAC, the rules are a little different than in international competition. We just worry about the roll rate and the rate of turn, and we don't worry so much about whether they meet hit the cardinal points. But when I watch these flights, what I see a lot of is competitors ending the turn with lots of roll remaining, and that would be 1.35 degrees of deduction. So if you see someone come on heading with the roller and then finish the roll, let's say 30 degrees, that should be a 6-point deduction right there, that one error. And it's very hard for judges to spot. So you tend to get away with a little bit of that, but not a lot. And what will happen is some competitors get very, very low scores, and some competitors get kind of mediocre scores, but you're right. No one really seems to get a 9 or 10.
It's hard.
It's very hard to do.
It's hard.
Yeah. And when people practice, they don't practice them because they're hard to do well.
No, I practice them. I'm still terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the classic
There's no
mistake
hope
is
for
to
me.
roll too much at the beginning and use up all the turn, a good chunk of the roll without much turn. You have to fight to catch up.
Yeah.
All right, guys, up next, we got Kyle Collins in the Panzel S330.
Looks like he's doing warm-ups.
This looks like warm-up.
A friend of mine gave me some good advice on a roller. In fact, I'll tell you his name. But he always told, it was when I was a kid, and he said, whenever you're doing a roller, and you think you have enough rudder in, just add more. And that's every time I do a roller now, I always think about that. I'll add it, and I'm like, all right.
Keeping the nose high at the beginning really helps.
Yeah, slowing down.
Yeah. Well, just keeping the nose high because you can move the nose, because it's hard to move the nose high during the rollers. If you start off high, you got it where you might need to have it,
So if the judges are listening now, we can downgrade.
Well, I'd rather they downgrade me for the nose being 3 degrees too high than the other errors I make.
Is it weird that the judges keep poking their head up and looking back here and giving us thumbs up and thumbs down?
Rob Holland's currently playing Aerobatic.
I've been told he was listening to the Lion King soundtrack earlier.
He loves Lion King.
Loves the Lion King soundtrack.
His nickname in high school was Simba.
Yeah, Kyle is flying the Panzel that was Aaron's.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So he's got standards to meet because this Panzel
Absolutely.
has won nationals.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, he might not be welcome back. We'll see how he does. Yeah, I actually don't mind rollers. I don't score great, but I don't mind them. 45s for me, like, they're just so subjective. I try, as good as you can try to do them. You're always going to get a judge that's going to, you know what I mean, Jim? Like, somebody's going to call you great or somebody will call you steep. And
No one likes rollers. Doesn't matter. They're never great, right? We always joke about it because the best you can get is a 7, and 6 is probably a bad score.
But you're right. If you're really terrible at rollers, then like
I gave a 0. I've given zeros, and I've gotten people really angry at me. But that's what you have to do, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to keep a constant rate of roll throughout the turn. Very hard.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Kyle Collins.
Wagonin.
Gosh, this Panzel is such a cool plane.
It's a beautiful airplane. Aaron accomplished really incredible things with this airplane. Panzel's probably one of the most economical, most capable airplanes built.
I remember we went to, I was a warm-up pilot in Romania for Worlds, for AWAC, and Aaron had shipped this plane over, and I remember the look on the Europeans, because they'd never seen a Panzel before. They couldn't even spell it out. And the first thing they would look at is the exhaust stack, which I think is the coolest thing on any airplane. It's 6 at the 6, I guess you could call it.
Yeah.
So 6, a stack for each cylinder. It comes out the side. It's really cool. It's flying this plane great.
Yeah. The Panzer looks really great. This is one of the few airplanes that Jim Burke hasn't owned.
You've flown a Panzer, though, right, Jim?
I've flown the Staudacher, but it's similar, yeah. Same lineage. Good airplanes.
I heard that the Panzers and Staudachers can really turn a corner.
Yeah.
Well, they're
They're
the
lightweight.
best corner in airplane.
They're light. Yeah.
It's got a cold hump here with the roll and the quarter on the way down. And I love seeing, too, on these aerobatic planes, I love the classic paint schemes. Nothing too crazy with, although I do like your checkerboard on the bottom of your securities. I like that. But, I like the invasion. I'm an invasion strike guy. I love invasion strike. And I like checkerboard. I do too.
I always loved it on a pits. I think it's a requirement.
Checkerboard never hurt anybody.
Like the flock of birds that are going by the judges now, and over our heads.
Well, a lot of good luck being dropped down on people.
They have a canopy.
I got it back to vertical up here. Looks like he's going to cap off level upright and set up for a 1.5 turn spin. It's flying the plane great. It's very smooth. Doesn't look rushed. A little bit forced there.
This looks like somebody who's really, really, really comfortable with their freestyle.
This is first year in advance, I think, for Kyle, right?
Yeah, I think so. First year flying a Panzer too. He bought it from Aaron not terribly long ago.
And I think dollar for dollar, if you're in that price range of a Panzer, it's a great buy. You're getting a lot of airplane. You're definitely getting more performance than a 300S, right, Jim?
I like the Panzer a lot. If you're flying advanced, it's a great airplane.
Yeah.
It'd be tough to fly unlimited.
Yes.
But 300S struggles in unlimited also.
Well, what would you buy? Would you buy a Panzer or a 300S?
A good Panzer would be, I think, a better buy. I agree.
Yeah, I think so too. We said it too.
Just gotta watch out for the termites.
Yeah.
All wood construction. Well, at least on the wings.
That's got a beefy spar though.
Panzer will be lighter than 300S. That's basically the same performance.
So we got back to 45 inverted push hammer. He's got a push hammer with a 2x8 down.
Probably a better wing than the 300S, I would imagine.
Lighter.
I think it's just a little bit, you give and take a little bit here and there. Yeah, it's pretty much the same class of airplane.
Yeah.
I like the big canopy for the Panzer as a
A
tall
lot of
person.
visibility.
It's pretty nice. Yeah, it does look a little funny on the ground, but when you're in the airplane, man, it's a big spaceship.
And Greg Panzel's still producing them, so shout out to Greg Panzel if you want a Panzel.
Made to order.
Supposedly. Phone's going to be ringing off the hook tonight. Alright, from level here, push down 45, 2x2, and pull around with the full snap. I always like this figure because the plane's already loaded. So you don't have to really worry about hitting it right. You just got to show pitch, which sometimes people don't understand. You got to really yank down to show that pitch change. Right, Jim?
You do.
And then we got a half loop here. Back down to level. Nice. Looks like he was climbing slightly. Got a roll and a half back to level upright. And then a 90-degree half turn, half roll to the inside.
Like most are finishing up with a roller.
The biggest difference I see
between the advanced pilots and the unlimited pilots is how careful the advanced pilots are flying. You know what I'm saying, Mike? That's when I'm watching these flights. I just have to say that. And since you're right here, Mike, you know, there's a lot of care being taken that we don't take in unlimited. It's just you're either going to make it, or you're not going to make it. That's all there is to it. And we don't maybe have time to care. Maybe we just know it won't look good if we care. Because I made some errors that I left on the video. I can see little things. And in the cockpit, I thought, oh no, that's bad. But it doesn't look bad in the ground. Just trust. Yeah, just stop the plane. When it's time to stop, you're off 5 degrees. Move on.
Yeah.
But it's a little easy to do that in unlimited because you're going to be moving on very quickly to something else.
It's such a fast-paced sequence. Yeah.
Holding lines a little bit. But
Well, that's why watching Rob's flying. I got a chance to watch Rob's flight this morning before hopping on my airline flight. And it's just like, he's not even giving the judges a chance to comprehend what he's doing.
It's a strategy.
It's like,
Yeah.
It's like when you had a VHS and you hit the fast forward button
Yeah,
and you saw
literally.
the movie playing fast forward. That's what Rob's flying is.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, is the YouTube feed buffering and catching up? No, he's just flying that fast.
If you go to the Worlds and watch the military French pilots fly, who they do obviously very, very well, they do that and they fly in a little smaller box than we do. They just keep everything really, really tight, and the
Really
plane is
tight.
just constantly, it really looks like it's at the same speed the entire flight, just kind of zooming around, making all these angles. I think that bewildering the judges is probably a good strategy, I suppose.
That had to be a really exciting time, Mike, when you were on teams and everything. 'Cause that was like the heyday of the Sioux boys and the Caps and everything like that.
Yeah, you
That
saw
was
it all. I mean, you know, I was.
all the teams were in full force.
Everybody was cranking. And I was flying a 300S, and I think at the time it was already starting to get a little bit behind the power curve, right? It was.
I think it was.
It was the
already-
emergence of the Cap 232's time.
Yeah. Because it was Sukhoi Cap.
It just because it started to become a game of snap rolls, right? And the Cap just excels at that.
Yeah.
And it was like Jim was talking about too. When you look at when Patrick Paris or Dominique Roland or Xavier Delaprane were flying on the French
Xavier.
team in a Cap, it just looked effortless and amazing, right? And again, always at the same speed. It was a pretty airplane.
A lot of people say like that have flown the Cap that it's the most, not the best, what's the right word, control harmony wise. It was just such a great airplane to fly. They love every second of it. You know.
Well, back to the speed thing, that's to me the biggest difference between American pilots and pilots from Europe, and why we sometimes struggle in international competitions. We just don't learn speed control as well. We're used to zooming it out at all godly, 100% horsepower, zooming as fast as we can. You have to have the speed under control.
Right.
You have to have the right speed. It doesn't mean you have to be slow, but you have to have the correct speed for every figure.
I agree.
Here comes Dave Taylor, I think it is, right?
Dave Taylor,
Yeah.
G200.
Dave is from the East Coast, so we're going to cheer.
So he's got to be good then.
He's definitely good.
He parked his car, and now he's flying.
Love it. Full roll on the vertical up. Setting up for a spin. That's a good freestyle start. You know, get down low, go vertical, set yourself up right for the spin.
And not to criticize, but that was an example of the caution I'm talking about, where if you look at the roll, we all know a Giles can roll at 450 degrees
Yeah.
per second, but we saw about 200 degrees per second out of the Giles just now. And that's the care that people are taking right now to make sure they don't make a mistake.
That's just team selection, pressure.
I would say an example, just care, just being sure they don't make a mistake, pressure. But to score the very, very best, you have to be willing to make big mistakes. There's no way out of that.
It'd be almost fun to put the free after the second unknown, after team selection, so they can just full send, and really show it.
As long I could be wrong, but as long as you practice like this at home, then it's okay. But you don't want to practice full force at home, then come here and then, all right, I'm going to
Pull
play
it back.
it easy.
Yeah.
Because not only your timing, I think, is going to be off, and
Practice
you
how
just-
you're going to fly it.
You have to practice very, very hard,
Yeah.
because you'll revert to what you're comfortable with as soon as you're stressed. And no one can come to this contest and not feel stressed out. It's a very stressful thing to be here in front of everybody, especially with the live stream, people watching at home.
I mean, we're here.
And almost hit 80 degrees. You got to cancel that.
Yeah.
Now it's cool off.
Mark does not do well at temperatures above 82.5. Yeah. See, like that's what you're talking about. The roll rate is just so much faster when it goes to deflection. Yeah. It's fine, good.
But he didn't fly a bad roll when I was mentioning it. It's just slower than it can be.
Now, Jim, do you kind of look at this with Tom flying the G202 and rolling so different? Because he was full deflection rolls and it's free. He flew a little bit ago. Do you think the judges pay any attention to that?
It's it's not a criteria, but every human being, looks at that and says, "Oh, that's when someone rolls at the very, very fast as they can and stops on a dime." Everybody who watch it says, "Well, that's very pleasing."
Yeah.
And pleasing the judges is really the goal. It's a little bit of subjectivity, I suppose.
Sure.
But it's not a criteria. As a judge, I would not downgrade someone for rolling slowly. But there is
As long as
sort
they're
of
rolling, doing it well.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Setting up for a pull, half roll up, push, pull, Humpty. See if he does a half roll at the same speed. Yeah, nice stop. Tell you another good bang for your buck, G200. Great airplane, tons of performance, but it's got that pitch special problem where it's a little tiny, so you got to fly it a little lower.
When you asked about the Panzel, that was the thing I was thinking of saying is I would honestly consider Jaws 200 before I consider Panzel. You can buy a Jaws 200 for $100,000.
Not even
a budget airplane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loads of performance.
And bring it to nationals and probably fly limited. Probably not do the best, but seems right at home in advanced.
Yep. I tell you, if I was going to stay in advanced and not completely do like garbage and unlimited, I would buy an extra That's like one of my dream planes is an extra 230.
You and me both. Right? We could start a formation team with 230s.
We call it the mini lights.
Still one of the most beautiful planes ever made.
Jim's going to go buy a 230 and then Mark and I are just going to taxi around the ground and Jim and Mike are going to actually fly aerobatics. But we'll sign autographs. How do we keep doing that?
I don't know. You would do that in the car too. Gesturing signage. Jeff is practicing his autograph signing right now. Oh yeah, we totally lost the
people are watching the aerobatics.
Yeah.
So we got a 45 down, full roll, exit inverted, nice little push. And 2 of 4, half loop up with a full roll, back to inverted, and then from inverted, a 1 roll outside 90-degree roller.
Another finish with the roller.
All right, let's all score a roller together. Ooh, a little under there. He's gonna have to push really hard here. We'll leave it up to the judges.
Can't tell if that's the camera angle. It looks like that was rolled out shallow.
I'm not going to give scores. It's not fair.
No, that was great.
Totally
All
unfair.
rollers get 6s.
Right?
All the time.
But to go back to what Jim was talking about with sort of, call it aggression or roll rate or whatever, when you think about any of these contests, whether it's a limited, advanced, intermediate, sportsman, the top 2 or 3 or 4, they're all accurate, right? They're all accurate. And I say the person that knows nothing about aerobatics that sits out here and watches should be able to say, that's the winning flight. My mom should be able to come here and say, that's the winning flight, besides her son, right? But, and I think, like, if you go to a WAC or any of these contests, there's something that somebody has that nobody else has that day. It's just a little sparkle. There's a little something extra that they're almost, if you will, flying above their ability level. They're just in the zone and they're doing that. And it's, how do you get there? I don't know.
But there's like a tempo
there's always
to it almost,
there's a command, right? And when I flew, it was one of these things where I try to do it with an air show crowd now. It's like I almost try to intimidate the people that are watching me with my flying, right? That I'm in total control of the plane and what I'm doing. And when you look at some of the flying, that's one of the things I ask myself, like, hey, are the judges watching in awe at the control that the pilot has of all of their surroundings? Or do they feel like, are they fighting the wind or are they in charge of the wind?
Yeah.
Right? Those little things. And then it just gives the judge, to me, it gives the judge or somebody watching a little bit of peace and confidence to give a good score.
We talk about having confidence yourself.
Exactly.
If you're not confident, how are you going to fly an airplane for aerobatics, right? It's
Yeah.
it doesn't even make sense. Right. And you can see the confidence in some of the competitors. It's out there. And also the selection of the figures they use in the free. Some of them are trying a little more challenging things. That shows confidence as well. These are not criteria. You can't really say as a judge that you would judge them differently. But that confidence does kind of shows itself. And it's and usually those people that are confident also are better, a little bit stronger pilots, so it goes together.
It's a human sport with humans watching.
I tell you, speaking of window, that's one of the best memories I had when Nationals was at Oshkosh. The worst memory was actually when I flew half the sequence backwards. But but the best memory was they had switched. You remember this? They switched the judges line, so they were flying 90 degrees a different direction. So we got to watch the unlimited guys fly on the Y. Well, we were sitting on the Y, and they were flying. And it was a windy day, and we got to see to see all the cheats and everything like that. And you would be shocked.
That must have been so fun.
It was 45
so
knot
cool.
crosswind that day.
It was epic. Like you would think, you'd be like, how is he not zeroing this figure? And like the judges can't see it. And I learned so much that day, not how to do it, but like just like
how much you get away with.
These guys did not deserve to win.
That's amazing.
No, just kidding.
How much they deserve to lose.
No, but like the cheats and like
Yeah.
it's what the judges see in it. Even like I think Jim was saying it before. Like it might feel like crap, like right in the cockpit. It might not look right, but the judges are seeing something different, and that's what's scoring. So that's what you got to do.
That's all that matters.
Well, you get obsessed with these little errors, and that's what really I'm talking about. Is I made like 5-degree error here. I'm like, oh no, but you move on because it turns out they didn't see it. 15-degree error they can see. 5 is pretty hard to see, and judges do tend to underestimate the error in roll significantly. I made a piece of software on my website that is for training judges that lets you watch an airplane roll, and you're supposed to tell how much error it has.
Yeah,
and it's hard for people to do that well.
It's funny too because like I don't know if you guys have had the same issue, but I've had contest flights where I'm like, that was just garbage, and I scored really well. And then I've had contest flights where I'm like, that I nailed it, freaking nailed it.
Yeah.
And then they get scores. I'm like, what the?
Well, the more in the groove you are, especially everybody here that's been training their entire season with coaching and everything, like Jim says, a 5-degree error in the airplane to somebody that is totally in tune seems like a huge deal. But to somebody on the ground, it's not, right? Like when you're flying what you think is your best, you try to find all of these little things, right? And then they become more magnified to you in the plane.
When I watched the film of the flights I've had so far, I didn't look for those errors. I looked for did I slow down the roll, especially like after I knew I made a little error, the next roll did I still stop it hard? I did. So that's to me it's success. It doesn't matter that I had the 5 degrees because what you're trying to do is stop it really hard.
Yeah.
On that day when Oshkosh we had the horrible winds, we were doing everything we could. We were taking hammers to the right.
Yeah.
You know, we were.
Didn't matter.
And I remember flying lines.
That's that.
I remember flying lines dragging the wing, and I remember flying lines like 10 degrees positive because I was flying so hard.
Yeah.
But if I put them over here,
it was cool to see.
see. I did anything I could to stay where I needed to be, and I managed to stay in the box. I think it was not easy at all.
Yeah.
You know,
The coolest thing I saw was the which I'm struggling to learn, but I'm excited to learn. But is the down loops rotations at the bottom of loops, and you got to it looks like a snake almost, like when you look at the Y because they're like zigzagging it around. But when you look at it on the X, it's like it's just a loop with some rotations. It's no big deal.
So when Mike was flying, they had 8-point rolls at the bottom of loops. We don't have those anymore.
Oh really?
Yeah, that's hard.
What was the
That's
deal
hardcore.
with because you guys had it rough with your freeze because you got bonus points.
Yeah, it was the first time they started to basically
So
the
people
few
were, like,
maneuver. I
blowing
can't
their
remember
heads
whether
off.
it was 6 or 8. I can't
6,
remember.
yeah.
It was at 6, and then we had bonus points, and it was just the amount of K was stupid,
It was
right?
stupid,
and then,
right? It was like 5 figures because one figure was a spin, so you couldn't really do too much with the spin.
Correct.
So you had 5 figures with like.
Well, and this was back at the time that I don't think
Massive
we were allowed to do anything after a spin.
Yeah.
Right. So today you can do a spin and then some kind of a rotation. We weren't allowed to do that, so you had one lower K figure than all of the
Yeah.
rest.
Do you
right?
still have that?
I'm sure I
You
have
gotta
everything
dig
that I've ever done. I've done
And
them
they had
all.
no double humpies then.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you had like
Yeah.
double snaps with this
Yeah.
on it and like.
Well, and like to go back to Jim's point, like when I did my first year in Unlimited, I started with my free with 1.5 rolls up and a double inside snap down. And it was one of those things where everybody's like, "You're stupid." I'm like, "Yep, if I get it wrong, I'm stupid. But if I nail
get
it,
it right-
everybody's like, holy cow."
Yeah, and then
Right,
you can lower the K on the rest of the
Well, but what you do is you set an exclamation point from the very beginning. You're like, hey, I'm here to win this contest, and you're going to watch me, and I'm going to just execute the most cool inside double flick and just nail it like it hits a brick wall. And then, it's worth a little bit everywhere else, right?
Yeah.
If you go 10 degrees over, now
geez.
you're in trouble. But it's just one of those things. It's a this
is
a
that all
psychological
timing at
game.
that point? It's got to be
Yeah,
timing.
you just do 1,000 of them. And after
Just
995 of them,
Just 1,000.
Right.
Just do
You got it.
1,000 of them. It's not a big
That's
deal.
it. That's it.
The
That's all.
idea is
That's
to be
all?
good at everything. It's not possible, of course. But when people, am I ready for this category? I would just say, can you do all the things?
right.
Yeah.
Can
You
or
fly
not?
the Rusty catalog.
Because you're going to get an unknown that's going to make you do something you don't want to do. How are you going to feel when that happens? You have to practice it. And there's in Unlimited, the challenge, of course, there's so much. Even in advance, it's a lot of stuff that's not
Dude,
even
the jump
close,
from
so it's
advance
fun.
right
It's
now,
huge.
It's tough. I cry to Mark every night.
And
I'm
at
like,
the world
Mark,
level,
and he's like, just do it. Stop being a wimp.
Just something, yeah.
and I
Being a
see
big baby.
we're behind a lot. At the world level, they have snaps on tail slides. They have 3/4 snaps on 45s and horizontal lines. Now the new thing is they're looking to get 2 snaps on each figure. So you can't have more than 1 snap on a single line. But that's a huge change for the sport. And also negative 3/4 snaps. So the sport is evolving, but we're staying where we were
Mark,
about 15 years
Why
ago.
not? Why
Mark
not
and I-
change and evolve the way we train in the U.S.?
I thought you were going to say something different.
What do you think I was going to say?
I thought you were going to talk about the new category that we wanted to invent.
Infinity.
Infinity.
Yeah. Because unlimited has too many limits.
Yeah, and
No,
like,
because unlimited is getting too hard. That's why.
unlimited should be infinity, where it's just unlimited K,
Yeah.
and then maybe call it unlimited semi-limited.
Did I ever show you guys Renault
Extra-
calls?
Yeah,
Kind of unlimited.
kind of unlimited, sort
Did I ever show you the sequence from the Air Games? I'll have to put it on. I'll see if Forrest can show it also.
But yeah, not to take anything away from what we were just talking about with the free. I mean, that was ridiculous too. Like you're flying 5 figures, well 6, but really 5, with all this rotation and everything up and down. It's like,
Here's a live
if
reaction.
you miss one figure,
That's it.
you're done.
Yeah.
You're
It's
done.
Just
a little
look at-
live reaction to a sequence that just shows Mike Gouin
Just
here.
look at his first maneuver.
Mike is throwing up.
This
right
is from
now.
the World Air Games Renault call through this program.
Pick a number
Can
one.
you describe that for us, Jeff, so people at home can understand what we're
So if
looking at?
anybody's ever played Connect 4 and reds and whites are snaps, that's pretty much what it looks like, except there's some lines involved. But there is 3, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 outside snaps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, and 16 inside snaps.
850K, I think.
Why?
And there is
Why?
3
For fun.
rolls.
Did he ever fly that in a whack or just?
No, it's an Air Games sequence, yeah. They had they basically, that was the reason I brought it up is that's your infinity category or whatever.
Mhm.
They had basically you have this much time, I don't remember what it was, maybe 8 minutes, you can do whatever you want. Yeah. So you can't put the highest K figures you possibly could.
Oh my god.
And it's just a sea of red.
And if you remember Renault at
Yeah,
the time,
pushes.
it was Renault and then everybody else.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
got like.
He was a machine.
His rollers were insane. Remember his
Well,
rollers?
I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to ask Jim and Mike about that because my new strategy with rollers, and I'm not being funny when I say it, is to try to get them done as fast as possible so the judges can't see.
They
any
literally have
mistakes.
no time to judge you.
Right? Do you agree with that?
If you can set yourself up for high-speed roller, that can work pretty well. But if you're at 120 knots, you just have to be careful you don't snap roll, and it's easy to get excited.
Yeah, you can't
You got to practice at a reasonable rate because you'll probably push hard at the contest.
Yeah.
You don't want to snap.
Well, that's
But yeah,
what Renault would do.
that's-
He would. I mean, what was he? He must have been flying at 180, 100.
Definitely.
I mean, it was insane how fast he was flying.
He would just, it's like some people, like Mike was just talking about this too, when you're watching somebody fly and you can have somebody who's not a judge and they can pick out the winner because they just have that extra chromosome. They have something that just you can't describe. And like he was able to get something out of that air. Well, it's obviously talent and experience, but like he was just able to do things and get something out of that airplane that nobody else could. Right? Yeah. It's just like you can't explain it.
I had I know someone who was on a team with French team with him, and he said that they were preparing for a sequence one time at a whack, and they asked Renault what he thought. They were all sitting together. He said, "Well, you come in here at 120 knots, push hard, and but no faster than 120. That's pretty fast. Maybe 130." And they all agreed that would be what they did. And they all did that. And then Renault came in last and came in like 200 knots.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
of
Push
course.
negative 10 Gs.
Of course.
That's not strategy. I don't know what it is.
He was legend status.
Yeah.
For those who are listening on the live feed and don't know who we're talking about, just do some YouTube rabbit holing of Renault. I mean, his flying, unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Now
Well,
we
he
got
won every flight in whatever year it was. I can't recall. 2011, maybe. I don't remember, but he won every flight.
where in Spain? Not Spain,
Uh,
not Silverstone.
Well, I can't remember where it was, but yeah, I think it was Silverstone. Maybe twice.
Silverstone, they didn't fly.
Including 4 minute free. He won all 4 flights.
And he was epic at the 4 minute.
But when I say he won, he
Remember
won.
he did that thing where
It's hard by several percent.
Yeah, kind of like hung there and
and then dropped and then hung back down.
Yeah.
That was a cool figure. Sorry, everybody listening, but I'm using hand motions.
Right now, speaking of hand motions, we're watching AJ Wilder.
Is it on the
walk
live?
his,
Is it
yeah.
on the live feed?
Yeah, I think it's still going.
Can we pick on him?
Absolutely. Rob Holland. He never misses a minute of screen time right there. He's right there in the right corner.
AJ is currently
AJ's working his figures out,
checking his OnlyFans account.
checking Tinder.
What are some of AJ's hobbies?
Can we talk about that on the YouTube channel? Loves long walks on the beach. Loves
does.
puppies.
He's currently a yellow belt. He just earned his second stripe.
He loves flying as a 330 man. Nobody trains harder
Serial
than AJ
number one.
Waller, guys.
Have you ever flown serial number
I
one?
have, yep.
What do you think of that airplane? 'Cause I flew it too.
It's been a long time since I've flown it now. We were talking about it being serial
loved
number
it.
one, and it doesn't have any spades on them. I guess still doesn't have spades
No.
on them, right?
No, it never did. And if it did, AJ would have broke them.
And if it did, they're gone.
No, but I flew that airplane. I loved it. I really loved it.
The wing is different from serial
It's just
number one
lighter.
to the rest,
It felt
right?
a lot lighter.
Did it?
Yeah, it felt lighter. The breakout, the way he had it set up with his ailerons, the breakout force wasn't as much as with the new SCs, but the centering was great. I don't know if that was the lead in the horn of the aileron, but it was really set up nice.
Is the wing completely different on serial number one from the rest?
It's lighter.
It's
a
lighter.
different wing.
Yeah.
The aileron's
Yeah.
different. Less boxy, I think.
The balance is smaller on the aileron. I don't know all the differences, but it's significant. If you get them next to each other, you'll see the differences.
Yeah.
God, look how massive Rob is. He's just a
Just a
big
huge dude. Yeah. That's why they made that MXS. They had to recline it to get him in
He
there.
could probably step
Poor
on
Rob,
your.
if
He
you
could
only knew they
step
were
on your
talking
head.
about him right
You
And
could
now
put a
he's-
football on your head and he can pump it.
Downloaded a soundtrack to Lion King.
For every 3 strides of Pollard, it's 1 stride of Rob.
Mm-hmm. That's a huge guy.
You smell that though? I can smell who we got coming next.
A little maple syrup. You smell this like roasting. It's like
I smell some maple syrup.
some maple syrup, Canadian bacon.
Yeah. We're currently on a judge's leg because Luke is practicing his slap shot.
The games, the hockey game's on. He's gonna watch it. We're in a hold.
Yeah, we're in a hold.
By the way, I don't think there's a nicer guy on the planet than Luke Penner.
I can think of a couple.
Okay. I was trying to give him a compliment. That just went right down the toilet. That's fine.
No, we love Luke. He's super nice, and he can take a joke in stride.
Yes, he can.
Because sometimes we do cross the line.
Sometimes.
A
lot of the time.
we once made fun of his extra $300 for having interior as denim.
Denim. Which I think he should probably do at this point, just for fun.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to show up because I didn't know Canada discovered wheels that they were going to use blocks still.
I thought that extra was coming up with square wheels like, Terrence and Phillips style. Yeah.
I heard that his control stick he uses hockey tape for grip.
Dude, you should absolutely do that. Too bad that airplane's certified. There's so many fun things we could do.
Luke popped out of that airplane with a mountie hat.
His helmet. Moose fur. Of course, 2 Canadians here. Flying advance, Ryan Chapman and Luke Penner. Ryan flying Statica.
Yeah, Mike, have you ever flown a Panzel? Because obviously you
never
flew this.
flew a Panzer.
How far off are the Statica and the Panzel? Because the cockpit looks different.
The cockpit looks different. Yeah, I don't really know. The wing is the same, right? And the strength of that airplane is the wing.
And I saw on Facebook there's a guy, because your first, not that we're obsessed with aerobatics here, but your first Statica came to Long Island because Michael bought it, or somebody had put it in his hangar and was selling it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It was the black one with
Yep.
the red star,
Yep.
which is an awesome paint scheme.
Yeah.
By the way, did you design that?
Nope. John Staudiker painted it. I bought it after. I didn't have enough money to buy a monoplane, and people may remember Lee Manelski. And Lee Manelski convinced John Staudiker to give me a super deal on the plane so I could afford a monoplane. And John did.
Yeah, you probably sold a bunch of Staticas for him by doing that. But that airplane. But I saw on I think somebody posted to you or something like that they're in Europe or East Europe.
Yeah, the
they're
second
rebuilding
one. I have the red and white one.
Oh, the red and white.
The
one.
red and white one,
Okay.
and it's in Czech Republic, I think.
Yeah.
And it's being and he was actually the air traffic the ground controller for Red Bull Air Race.
Oh,
so
cool.
every air race he would come with a new picture book, all of the rebuilding process of my
That's so
airplane.
cool.
Yeah, it was
That's really cool. That's an awesome plane. That's legendary with all the RC models. and
Yeah, it
everything
was really
that.
cool.
Do you have a model of that?
I hear an airplane in the air.
I
ladies
did.
and
I
gentlemen.
don't think I do anymore.
That's
I've-
got to be the Canadian Stallion, Luke Penner.
Yeah. Is Canada even a real country?
I don't know.
Maybe.
Debatable.
It is debatable.
It's debatable.
We'll let it slide. Because like they speak English, but they're known to be French.
Yeah.
But they're their own country.
A lot of blurred lines.
They just can't make up their minds.
Yeah.
But they got great hockey players
And
and
you-
great aerobatic pilots.
And you know what? Luke is a phenomenal pilot. We've said it on the podcast, FCS podcast. I've said it. I will say it to anybody that I think he flies the 300L better than I think I've almost ever seen anybody fly a 300L.
I think Rob's giving AJ bad advice. So
For some line dancing there
I think
tonight.
it's my
Yeah.
phone.
But yeah, I went on during COVID. I wanted to like
Okay.
set up my hangar and like put some models up. And the
Does it
little
still work?
die-cast models that are like 12 inches are a fortune. They're like $500 each.
Yeah.
So then I went on Facebook Marketplace and I googled RC airplanes,
Yeah, it's on.
and all these
I think it was my phone for a minute.
Oh, you can see the comments there.
all these RC airplanes like popped up without the engine and servos in them for like $200. Yeah. So I bought a whole bunch of them, and one of them I bought was the it was this, I'm trying to think of the manufacturer. It was like Giant Scale Planes or something like that.
Yeah.
Staudica, which was the Latmat, which I don't know what is
Right.
Latmat.
That was the very first sort of moving map displays way back.
No
in
way.
the-
That's
yeah,
awesome. So yeah, so it came up for sale, and I'm like, I will pay you whatever. Name your price. The guy was like $175. So I bought it, and it came with the pilot in it and the sequence card. It's all set up for $175. That's like a 100-inch wingspan.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
It's not all
Then I got a
layers of epoxy and
no.
filler and then cracked up a couple of times. That's pretty good.
I got one of those, and then they had I found another one for like $100. It was a Gene Susi one
Oh, sweet.
with a Demko.
All right.
You don't have to videotape this one for us. He's from Canada.
Everybody listening on the live feed, please, if you haven't subscribed yet to the IAC YouTube, click that subscribe button. Click the notification button, please.
Did you see we did end up getting over 1,000?
Finally.
Yeah.
Took a little bit.
Yeah.
And now it's creeping up. I think there's like almost 1,200 now. It's great.
Yeah, people are finding us.
It's awesome. Everybody should be,
Why is everybody
Subscribe.
picking on you on the
I don't know. People are mean
Shouldn't
to
be
me.
working. They should be watching the fly.
Well, we don't have to watch it if everybody else is watching it, right?
You, them, people.
Oh.
That's true.
Don't work.
Inverted aviation.
That's Josh.
He's such a jokester.
Love it, Joshy Poo. Ben Lomov, what's up, dude? Ben, fun fact on Ben, I did his pitch training. Then he decided to, buy an S1 with no alternator, no starter, in South Carolina. I
love
fly it across the country back to Sacramento, California. And he documented the journey, so check out his YouTube channel. It's
Oh, I
fascinating.
think I remember
It's
that.
super
That
cool.
was recent, like 2 years ago.
A couple years ago, yeah.
Two.
That might even be a little. It might even be longer than that, honestly.
2 years, 2
3
months
years ago. But yeah, great guy.
2
And
years,
phenomenal competitor.
7
He's
months.
killing it. 2 years, 7 months. That's your final offer.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go 2 years, 7 months.
I like that.
It looks like the wind died down a little bit.
All right.
Oh my god, I'm so excited for Luke.
Cowbell, wing wags, Luke Penner, extra 300L.
We don't even. Oh, here it is.
I give it to you right now.
Oh, thanks.
That should be his.
Full vertical 2x4. Look at those stops. Beautiful. Exit inverted. Oh, he wants it. Got a 1.5 turn outside spin with a half roll same direction down. So it's a left rotation, right pedal over left rotation, and then it should be a left roll. Or it doesn't matter. Well,
Shouldn't matter on the down. Yeah, right.
I think it does matter. All right, pulling around for a wedge with a roll and a half, 45 pound. Held that line really nice. Let's see if you can keep it going. Full vertical. It's a hammerhead.
Hammerhead with a 2 of 8 on the down.
That figure number 2, Jim, with a outside spin and a half, 1.5 turn spin.
Oh, it has to be opposite. Huh?
Well, no, it's got to be same direction, but
Same
it's
direction?
if you go right pedal, you'll left rotation, and you have to do a left roll.
Correct.
So it's a little funky. You have to really walk that through.
Yeah.
All right, cool. We got a pull hump team.
No, I need to stand for a minute.
And he's got to pull into the wind, which he's doing. and a full roll down, and he's going to be exiting downwind, which he's doing. He's really got the stops nailed on this.
Nobody stops roll better than Kenner at International 300L.
You got Don G and Jim Burke sitting right next to you.
They don't fly 300Ls.
How do you know?
It's like
It's
Jim
terrible.
owns everything.
I'm sorry, guys. You flown the 300L, right, Jim?
Of course.
You gotta send some video to Mark.
It's a hard airplane to stop rolls in, I feel like,
It is.
compared to other extras.
Well,
Another
the
airplane.
LX and SE will spoil you.
Yeah.
Oh, let me ask you the $1 million question. Both of y'all. Would you buy a 300L or a mid?
That's a good question. Do I have to get a 9-gallon header tank, or am I going to get 12? I don't remember if any of the 300s have 12.
Let's pretend like you live in the middle of nowhere and you have an aerobatic box over the
I'd buy the
runway.
midwing.
Yeah, me too. But oddly enough, the midwing doesn't look good with a single place canopy, and the L does.
I've never seen a midwing. Yeah, we have. Oh, yeah, there's that.
It's in the Don's book.
That's right. And then also, wasn't the old midwing that Elias Corey had? Had a single place on
I
that.
think so, or like an open something.
Something. Yeah.
They don't really fly much different. But
I like the way you roll around the midwing though.
I like
Yeah.
that.
I just think I like the look of the midwing better.
I like that answer.
It's amazing how these things jumped up in value. I mean, for a while there, they were, an old L, an old midwing, 150, 160, 170, 180. Now they're 250, if you can find one. It's pretty amazing.
We'll see if Luke can finish this flight off strong. Ooh, he's throwing a little unlimited in there. I like it. I didn't see the stop. I missed the stop, but that's what we were talking about. Like, you want to kind of show the judges the side of your flying, but it's like that give and take. Do you want to try to risk it, throw in a crazy figure that you think you can nail, or do you want to spread the the difficulty of the figure throughout the sequence, and it's going to be boring for you, but is it going to score well? When I was flying advanced, that's kind of what I went for. I spread the K. It was a real, to me, I can't say I didn't enjoy flying it. We were flying aerobatics, and aerobatics was fun, but it was a boring sequence. But it scores really well.
I would argue the free program doesn't probably determine the winner very often. And of programs we have, the unknown is the most valuable. And I think if we put more time in the unknown, we probably differentiate the pilots better for the same amount of time and resource expense. But people love the free program. It allows them, if you use the free program correctly, you can use it as a great training tool. But yes, if you try and make the easiest free possible, it's not a bad strategy to win.
Yeah.
It's what you should do, but it isn't going to make you the best pilot in the end. I think your strategies change as you get better. And at first, it makes sense to make it as easy on yourself as possible. Everything you do should make it as easy as you can on yourself. I tell it to everybody, make it easy on yourself. Don't make it hard on yourself. But then as you get better and better, you start thinking, well, I'm not going to make a huge mistake on something that's a medium difficulty. Start adding those things in eventually.
Yeah.
Well, that hard difficulty thing, I won't make a mistake either. You start adding those things as well. When you can make a free program that's very hard to fly, but you can fly it to a high level, that's going to be the best thing for the judges.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
Here, another airplane in.
When you think about the scoring, your strategy for scoring, it's very easy to get a 7.5. It's pretty hard to get an 8. You're not really trying to get a 10-point differential each figure. You're trying to get a half point. If you really think about your strategy, what you want is for that judge who's going to give you a 7.5 to get an 8, and the occasional 8 to become an 8.5. So these little things, even though it's supposed to be objective, sometimes the subjectivity helps you with a half point here and there, and that's what it takes to become a top-ranked pilot. With 30 or 25 pilots running, you need everything you can get to get to the very top.
Barrett Hines right here, guys. Doing a warm-up.
Yeah, it's almost
Midwing
like
extra.
with the freestyle, you got to fly a good flight to hold position.
You do.
And like if you're mid-packing it at the freestyle, you got to figure the top 3 are going to most likely nail their free, so there's not going to be much movement. So you're pretty much hoping to maybe just gain a little bit more on them, a couple points here to try to make the unknown not as difficult for you to beat them in. But you're right, the free, there's not a lot of movement in play unless there's a zero and a gross mistake.
If
But
we
yeah.
made people change their pre-programs every year, they wouldn't like the pre-program as much, but it would be more useful for people to become better pilots. But if
Or-
we're flying the same program for so many years, it's just probably not going to help anyone really at the end.
Yeah. One of the things that I always found interesting, and I wonder what Mike would think of this, is, we do the free unknowns now, and we have to submit figures and we draw these sequences up. But we draw sequences up and then we submit them to the public. So let's say, you're obviously a smart guy. You're going to come up with a great sequence, this and that. Why should you be able to put your playbook for somebody else to use?
So you'd have to apply your own sequence?
Yeah.
I think the argument
I mean,
against that
or
is
the
some
IAC
people-
can give
reference
IAC can
sequence.
give at least one sequence, but why should say you're in first place and you got a decent lead? Why should you give out your sequence?
I see your point.
And
I imagine some of the ways that the rule came about is for safety. We have competitors
Because
who don't know how to
you'd be-
make a sequence at all.
but you'd have the reference.
That makes something very dangerous.
Because think about it, you're going to be up all night. You're going to be up later than usual. You're going to be designing this stuff, and the other person's like, you know what, Jim, Rob, somebody else is going to design something. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to get a nice rest. I'll just pick whatever they do.
Here comes Bear Hands in the box, wagging in. Cowbell's rung.
Protest. It's so cool seeing the mid-wings.
I love it. It's like 45 from the roll up to a hammer.
Barrett is the IAC's rules chair.
Oh,
Oh, is
perfect
he?
timing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we
There we
talk
go.
to him right now about
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
Just call him up on the radio.
Let's get a radio. Barrett, while you're I've got a question for you, sir. No, just keep flying. All right, going into a half loop, half square loop, full vertical, half roll out. Let's see if he spaces this right.
This airplane's actually an experimental mid-wing extra. Early serial number. I can't remember. Jim, you might know. I don't know. First 16 or first 11.
It's one of the early ones I know, but I don't know which one. Yeah.
Susan Bell also has an early experimental mid-wing extra. The rest were certified.
Yeah, half Cuban. I don't know if I would have decided to put a 4 of 8 on a 45 down in my frame. Let's see how he does with it. It's going to be
A lot of room to get jerked on the
the
45.
4 of 8s are going to be tough. A little shallow there. A little over. That's tough, man. Right, Jim? The 4 of 8s
it's
are
a,
tough.
It's a tough one. Yeah, it'll be seen as over/under by many judges, no matter what you do.
Especially the shape of the extra wing, especially the backside. You really got to cheat
The
it.
strategy is to deliberately be over in some situations. You don't roll 45 degrees. You actually go 50 and then 40.
Yeah.
That's a strategy.
And it's tough too because when you have to be over to look at the angle you need to be at, then the next angle, like if you're doing 8s especially, it's like a little thing. Like it's not even.
It is one of the areas where the MX has an advantage because it's straight wing.
Yeah.
You don't need to be so careful about those. But the trick to getting a good score in 4 of 8 is still the stops. Imagine you drove your car and you only had full throttle and the brake. That's kind of what it's like to fly a competition sequence. You only have full left and full right turn, full acceleration and full brake. If you're in the middle of the steering wheel, or you're feathering in the throttle, you're not flying with fly competition aerobatics.
Yeah. And that's especially true with the SC. Like you can't go half deflection in the SC. Like you,
It's
not past
gonna
one.
be-
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose if you're slow enough in some weird angle where the aileron can stall, I guess maybe there's some argument occasionally, but otherwise, no, it's full.
Yeah. Do you find that too, Mike? Like it's the airplane wants full deflection.
It's all or nothing.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's a switch.
Even though Mike said that my plane isn't the prettiest plane in the world. It's horrible.
Sorry to
It
hear
just
that.
matches its pilot. What can you say?
Oh, wow.
Well, that's true. I'm ugly and I have an ugly plane. Thank you guys. Thanks for listening. And
That's our show.
Don't you live in a good city?
you have a good parade.
Right, you have a good grade.
And a good air show. You're flying to Jones Beach Air Show now.
I am indeed.
So now you're stuck with me. Now you have to see me once a year.
It's like a push-pull Humpty. 3/4 on down. Figure 8.
Yeah, 3/4 down, exit downwind. I really like the stripes on the bottom. I gotta admit. I mean, when I was designing the scheme for my plane, I was torn between doing something like you and Goody had with the checkerboard that faded out, or doing stripes, and I went with stripes. But I'd say I don't like the checkerboard, but something about invasion stripes. After this, we got a full roll, half loop up, exit inverted. This will be an interesting figure. I bet you he's probably going to really try to get a lot of altitude on his half loop up because he's going to be setting up for a double hump D. He's really got to climb out of this one. It looks like you can't really see him too well, but it looks like he's getting a little low. What do you say, Dan? Oh, he's good? Don says he's good. Really going to pull us around.
Two and four on the backside.
Came off the top of that. That's another thing, like you were talking about, getting 0.5 points more, is being a little bit more crisp on coming off lines, getting into like showing a distinction between like a plane to plane or exiting in a certain line.
Eric's going to finish off with a hammer. Going to roll him down.
For the judge, 7 and
No,
7.5
sorry,
are
one
very
more.
safe
Two
scores
more.
to give. And a lot of competitors, especially when they're new, they get caught up in how the perception that's unfair, that judges tend to give a lot of 7 and 7.5s. Maybe it isn't exactly correct. Whatever. It's a reality.
Yeah.
And understanding the psychology of judging is really, really important. That's why it's important to be a judge, so you can understand how challenging it is to judge and how easy it is to get in that trap of, okay, right off the bat, they made a small error, therefore they're an 8, they made another small error, they're a 7.5, then they made a big error, well, then now they're a 7. Then they made a huge error, okay, now they're a 6.5. That's really how judging kind of tends to work, even though it shouldn't. And if you're aware of that, then you just focus on all the tiny things, you focus on making it look very, very crisp, and then it turns out you get that extra half point by doing that.
It's hard judging freeze because everybody's got a different sequence, especially at the advanced. And I can't even imagine. I did advanced judging one time.
Yeah.
I never done unlimited, but I can't imagine judging a limited freeze and not having a good caller. Like if you got somebody who's like, all right, it looks like a looping, you'd be like,
Yeah.
dude, they're already done with the figure.
Yeah.
You know, and at that point you got to give an A, right? You got to give an average.
I have sometimes worked without a collar if it's easier.
Really?
Yeah, because
You
because
can
all the
control
figures,
one eye.
I don't need to do that. All the figures begin and end in level flight, and I need to make sure they didn't have a 0. But otherwise, if they leave level flight and go back level flight, I can see what they're supposed to have done, and I can give a score.
Yeah.
And,
Well, you've
I had a caller
judged
once-
so many. I mean, how many flights have you judged in your career? Probably
a lot.
thousands.
I'm definitely the top.
Like legit, like
I don't know.
at a contest,
I
not
don't
like
know. A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. But I've had callers who get on their phones, stop calling. You know, it's wait. When those guys get captured, okay, go do something.
Well,
do what you
And all
want
it
to do.
takes is getting,
And I would like to judge.
a heartbeat off.
What are their names?
Yeah, they're playing Words with Friends or whatever.
They're
you
playing
know.
Roblox.
Yeah,
That's
Roblox.
what my
yeah.
kids are playing now. Like, what
Yeah.
are you doing?
All right, guys, we have
Go outside and get dirty. Get
three-
some germs.
330 SC honors amongst us, and we have a 330 SC pilot coming up. Britt Lincoln's coming up.
Oh, very excited for Britt. She's I saw some of the videos of her before we got here. Different style of flying than last year.
Yeah,
She had a good fight yesterday.
she had a strong known with some very good snap technique, which she did not have last year. She didn't have that technique. She was flying the MX2 last year, and it was new to her. And even snap rolls looked new to her in some ways last year, but she's put some work into it because I thought she looked very, very good.
Yeah.
And this is her first contest in advance. To
And
show,
first time flying at 330 SC, she had a strong showing, and I don't remember what place she's maybe fourth or something like that, I think.
I think she protested. I don't know if that changed, but I think she protested the flight.
Oh, I don't know.
So I don't know if she is third. She was fourth.
I don't remember if she filed a protest, but she might have. But regardless, she had a good flight, no matter what the scores were.
Yeah.
And now we just have to see how the rest of the contest goes. As I've said in your program, I think you've heard before, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth, right?
Yeah.
And the
Mike
unknown
Tyson.
Mike Tyson's
Yeah,
famous
the
quote.
the unknown is where
Right,
we see how well people can hold on to what they're doing. But if she flies the free as well as she did the known, she'll be in a very good position.
Very cool. She reminds me, there's not a lot of female aerobatic pilots out there, so obviously, like, one of the ones that comes to mind is Svetlana. And somebody told me a story that it was you probably know better than I do. It was 94 or something like that. I think it was in Hungary, and the Russians showed up late. They had like plane issues or something like that, so they weren't able to practice, or they had to put the planes together because they came on the Antonov. So the judges, am I telling this right?
Keep going.
So that every
You're either digging a hole or not.
Yeah, so I could be wrong, but like the judges allowed one Russian pilot to do a test flight and one aerobatic figure. And my buddy who was there, sorry, it was in 2001. It was in Lahore. I can't pronounce French words. Anyway, she's a warm-up figure.
Warm-up figure for Britt Lincoln.
Anyway, they put the plane together, pushed it out. Svetlana started up, climbed up, dove down, pulled vertical, did like a perfect outside flick, came down, perfect outside flick, landed, and everybody's like, it's game over at this point.
Oh,
Like,
really?
Just like, not like game over, but like, just like amazing. Like,
Yeah.
strong pilot. In fact, I was at the 2001 Worlds in Fond du Lac. No, sorry. 2000, was it 2001?
I don't remember. Yeah, I know.
2002?
I know it's there about 3 years. Well,
No, so the Worlds were never at Fond du Lac. But if you're
Not
talking
Fond du Lac,
about
Lakeland.
oh,
in
okay, yeah, it would
Lakeland.
have been
Okay,
the early
that's-
2000s. But if you're talking about Le Havre, it would have been in '92, right? Because it was in Yverdon in '90, which is where Coco won,
Okay.
and then in '92 was in Yverdon.
Were you there? No, were you there in '92?
Sorry, it was in Le Havre. No, I was not.
Oh, you were there a year at
'94.
But yes, I saw Svetlana fly in Lakeland, and that must have been really fun. Yeah, it was amazing, and it was her and Rahmanin duking it out, and everybody thought she won. You know, a typical, nobody, she didn't get the score she thought or whatever, but like everybody was like, she definitely should won, she definitely should have won, and it's one of those things where it's like, she was really good.
Yeah.
She could have won, I guess. I don't
Yeah, it
know.
was in '98. It was the same thing, and for the females, and she flew. Remember the unknown very late in the day, and it looked like a freestyle. It was on complete rails.
Yeah.
And she didn't win, and we're like, how did she? Like everything,
Yeah.
not just the females, everybody.
No, she had like.
Yeah, it was sick. I have to say.
Isn't it?
Here comes Britt wagging in.
It's crazy too how people like some of these top 10, top 5 in the world. Like they just have a certain style where they could fly any airplane, you'll know it's them.
First figure, full
It's cool.
hunting.
It's
With
cool
a roll
as
on the backside. Britt flying Craig Gifford's one of his 330 SCs.
Nice stops.
Kind of chat.
Oh, she's flying the SC
Do
really
you know where the chat usually is?
Yeah. Former Chapter 38 president. Chapter 38 member, so local.
Roll over there, roll back.
Really getting the power back in there. But yeah, it kind of goes back to what you were saying about pulling power out, trying to keep it, keeping the box, keeping the chatter in the box. Sure.
Yeah, sure. On 4-2.
4-2 on the 45 down. And then figure 7.
A lot of
Push
heavy.
up. 2 of 8. On the down.
See how she pops off the top here. Nice flight going. Solid flying.
She's really impressive. I think it's a tall order to come to your first contest in advance and have it be U.S. nationals. But what a better time, right? U.S. team selection year.
Why not?
For the advanced team, why not?
She's obviously capable.
Yeah.
Nice flight.
Figure 9. Half one with a 3-2 up on the top. So.
Loves half rolls.
Sorry, half. That's it, half.
Went 3 half rolls.
Put 3 half rolls.
Snap in half.
This is a pretty solid fly.
On the outside? So she's got a hammerhead here. Quarter roll.
Quarter roll. 3/4 outside. On the down.
Wow. Cool outside flip. Nice stuff. Really stopping point great.
It's really solid.
I would imagine this is such an easier airplane to learn than an X2 in terms of flying it well, especially at this level.
Well, it's an extra. It's the best.
True that. I saw Rob's ears just wiggled over there.
Just picture that. Lev again. I feel like Britt's new nickname is Half Roll. Half Roll? I love it. I love half rolls.
Force in the top. And finishing up with a roller.
Well, it's a pretty clean flight. I would say Britt was at the Worlds, and I think that shows you what exposure to the world level of competition would do for a pilot. Because the flying style
Very
is just not what she had before at all.
Completely different from last year.
And of course, it's a different airplane, and there's probably other people helping her, but there's a style that you see that you just see. I see at the Worlds that you don't see very often in the U.S.
Now, I would be
That was an
hard-pressed
impressive flight.
to believe that she's the only one doing an outside flick in a freestyle in advance.
I'm impressed with that.
Yeah. So do you think that's something that... What would be the point of doing that?
I think it's flex.
Flex, right?
Yeah.
It's probably also something that they found early, during her training that she was good at, good enough to put in a freestyle, I imagine.
It's not really super hard. It's just intimidating. People don't want to push.
Yeah.
You're asking a lot of a pilot. If your positive snaps are good, you start working on the negative snaps, and if they're good, you put them in the sequence. Why not?
What did you find the trick was with negative snaps? I
It's
feel like every time I do them, I think of that Rocky. What is it, Rocky 3? When Mr. T is like, they're like interviewing Mr. T, and they're like, "What do you expect for the next fight?" And Mr. T goes, "Pain."
Well, you need a good push. You need a hard push. You need separation between
We got
the push
Forrest
and
laughing
the.
I knew exactly what you were going to say.
Yeah.
No, but I'm being serious. Like, you really got to commit to it, right? You can't half butt it. I'm trying not to cuss on
That's
that.
a limit for you. It takes commitment.
Yeah.
You know, you think about the P loops where you have to do rolls. You push all the way around to vertical. Then you do an outside flick and then push. That takes commitment. There's just no other way around it. So
Johnny L coming up.
also, Jeff, speed control. If you're going
Yeah.
really fast, it's a lot harder to do. So you don't need to hit these on a downline. You don't need to hit those snaps at 140 knots. I don't care what the snap speed is. 90 is a good number when you're starting off the hammerhead. You do your hammerhead, do the snap at 90.
Yeah.
90 knots is enough. And then you learn to do a little, maybe 100. 100's perfect. There's nothing wrong with 100.
And it can be consistent because if you know what it feels like at
Yeah,
it.
yes, speed is very important. You should have a snap speed for every orientation. You should know what it is. You should practice at that speed and always hit that speed. Because the idea is to be precise. There's no room for luck. You can't sometimes hit it well. You have to hit it every time. So if you don't do it at the same speed every time, you'll never be consistent. That's what you need. So
What do you do to, besides do you tape off the airspeed indicator? Do you have the little tape marks in your
No.
airspeed? You just reference it?
yeah. Well, mostly I know how long it takes. If I'm at 180 knots, which is my baseline for the bottom of every figure, I know how long to wait with the snaps for any kind of snap, no matter how I'm pulling. I know internally I know how long it takes. I've actually measured how long it takes, written it down. I've flown enough now that I don't have to rely on that.
Yeah.
From the down lines, the wind noise is enough. On a vertical down, you hear the wind and you know it's time to snap. You get used to that speed, you know. But before I learned that, I was waiting too long. I was always looking for the kind of control pressure that I wanted for rolls, where it's like a really hard control pressure. But you don't want that for snaps. You want a much lighter control pressure, so you need to be slower to achieve the
So you're
snap.
pulling power on the downlines a lot of times.
It
just to get
depends.
the
It
space.
depends.
Yeah.
It depends. Yeah. But maybe. But it depends.
Yeah.
I got used to doing my own pitch with a fixed pitch. It was annoying.
Yeah, the
I mean,
noise.
or otherwise, it was the engine.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But then other than that, it's just commitment. You push, you separate between the push and the inputs.
Do you find that you're scoring better this way?
Well, I'm scoring better every year for a bunch of different reasons. It's hard to say exactly which one I think it is. But the technique I have now, just describe what I do now. I've changed my snap technique a dozen times every year. I
Isn't it
figure
annoying?
something new out.
Isn't it annoying?
No, I don't. I like all of it, but yeah, I can see what it
You're
would
going to
be.
get some young guy in here who's going to learn from all your mistakes, not waste all this time.
Oh, good for them, man. It's saving headaches and
No, it's
money.
not good for them.
It's good for them.
Jimmy,
I
you
wouldn't
have to
be.
win.
I wouldn't be
You
able
have
to do what I could
beat
do if people hadn't
these
shown
kids.
me. I like showing people how to do
I
it.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Johnny won. I love John Osmeyer. John won nationals, and he kicked every
2019?
he kicked every monoplane's butt in
Yeah.
2017.
Was it 2017? I thought it was 2019.
And now he's got a new
No.
engine.
Yeah, he missed.
He's got a pumped up engine now.
He missed last year, right? Because it was didn't quite get it back in time. I think he was breaking in the engine 2018 or something.
He's
It was
awesome.
2018.
2018. Didn't have the best fight yesterday.
Did you see it?
I thought it looked well. Okay, I guess I should say I'll be more specific. Yeah, didn't have the best scoring fight yesterday. I thought it looked pretty good.
It's hard. I was watching from the hangar and just can't see. There's no way to know.
If I beat everybody in the pits at Nationals in 2018, I would have hung it up.
You retire.
Yeah.
You just take set fire to the airplane, and walk away with it burning behind you.
Over. I would have overinsured it.
Slow-mo explosion behind you.
I would have got 2 different insurance policies on it.
Sir, why do you value this circle at $320,000?
It's got Curtis's signature in it.
That's a good point. Yeah. I think you're getting some selling.
Mike, do you know where your Pits S1T is?
It was in California.
Ugh.
Don't sugarcoat it.
Ah, sorry, this is a natural reaction.
Mike, have you seen that or plan on going to that Pits Museum that they're?
I've been
They've
there.
got some cool stuff.
awesome?
Is it cool?
Yeah, it's super awesome.
I
You
would
gotta
love
go.
to go. I know.
It's great.
Who's doing it? Are we allowed to say, or is it?
Yeah, his name's Pete. I mean, I don't know if he
Just
wants people to know about it.
Yeah,
Nice guy.
Spitzes.
He loves pits.
Johnny was just back in.
Such a cool nickname too.
Johnny O.
Johnny O.
Yeah.
I wish I had a cool nickname. I might change my name to get a nickname. JP.
You should add a bunch of snaps into his free, and then we can call him Johnny O. Snap.
Go snap. Oh. It's like an N figure type. 445 up, 2 times 4, exit inverted. Gosh, she flies that thing great. It's got the wolf wings on it. And he's got a whirlwind prop. He built
Wolf
the wings
wings.
himself. Look at that thing roll.
Whirlwind prop, and what, about 215 horsepower on the ring? 215, something like that? I don't know. I know it's pumped up.
Lori's saying 213.2.
That's right.
400 horsepower.
It's got a 540 in it. If you count the 4 horses that Johnny is, because he's so strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, he built the wings himself. He's a super smart guy,
He's an AMP?
I guess. Yeah.
I know he's a builder, but I think he's an AMP. That's great. Great pilot. Puts the S1 through its paces.
Yeah. I did a training camp with Johnny, and he made me want to quit. Because, like, we get critique, and his critique would be, like, little stuff, and you're, great job, great this, great that. And then mine would be, like, 15 minutes long of everything I did wrong.
He gets his critique. No comments. It's perfect.
You get a critique, you'd be like, you get coach, can you do a little worse so I can do my job?
That's not going to hurt.
Flying really nice. How's his positioning, Mike?
He's having a great sequence.
Yeah,
It's really good.
we're watching we got some TVs here, and we have some on-site correspondencies. No, we're under a tent, so we can't really see too much, but so it's hard to judge how far away he is, but it looks good on TV.
So you hammer with a 2 or 4 on it down.
Good cadence. I'm so happy I'm not flying the birds. There's so many good pilots in this category.
Yeah, the roster is pretty impressive. Order 45 with a 2-4.
Solid stops.
Yeah.
Solid stops.
I think the Wolf Wings make a huge difference in the performance of that airplane. I've flown a couple different S1s, none with the Wolf Wings. Falcon Wings and stock wings. I've heard the Wolf Wings are just a quantum leap.
Well, how close are the S2C wings to the Wolf wings?
I think they're closer than other wings, but the Wolf Wings are dual aileron, tapered.
You got a snap
Very
and a half.
similar to the Wolf Wings, but I would imagine the Wolf Wings probably have a
Nice.
higher performance standard.
We got a 2-turn, 180-degree inside roller. Doing it to the judges. It's like a little off-judge win.
Not too many people opted for the 180.
I think that's
doing 90s.
I think that's more to pick up the K at the end if you're a little low on K. I'm gonna have to do it. Nice flight. Good job,
That was
Johnny.
beautiful, Johnny.
Next we have our favorite GoPro aficionado.
The hair gel man himself.
The hair gel bandit.
The hair gel bandit, Mike Slevardi.
So that just goes to show you, because he could have even been about 300 feet lower, but if you fly it right, the energy stays.
Dude, he's
right?
fast the whole time.
That was, again, not talking about scoring, but when you talk about somebody in control of the flight, he was pretty in control of the flight.
Yeah,
That was a beautiful fight.
that was fun to watch. I enjoyed watching it. But yeah, Mike Siliberti's flying next. He was an unlimited pilot. He's obviously flying advanced and going for the team. I love his videos. Oh, thanks, Forrest.
Initially, it was just to keep the computer in the shade when you set up, so you could move
I mean,
forward.
Mike, have you seen his videos of his
Yep.
flying?
Yeah,
I mean, I have to say, you have to admire his hair.
you do. I agree.
It's just perfect every
I
time.
think
I agree.
he's using the original tub of LA Looks that he bought in 1988.
No, crew comb.
Crew comb?
The stuff at barbershops is like that paste, and they used to dip their hand in it and like scoop it up.
Mike is the IC sequence chair. So when we fly unknown sequences, they come from Mike and his team.
Oh,
Rory. Mike is also very funny.
Great guy.
I love Mike.
Yeah, very funny guy.
How much can he bench? He's huge.
I don't
And he's
know.
been around forever.
Yeah,
Right? He was,
but he looks so young.
but Mike was partners in the laser with Matt Chapman back a long time ago.
That's
I
right.
don't know how many people know that. Yeah, they own that thing together for a while.
We need to get Matt back here. Can we maybe give him a hat with some Reeboks in front of it, so and point him in the direction of Salina?
This is warm-up figure.
Looks like a warm up.
Man, green is the best color for an airplane.
That's
I will say.
Yeah, you do that to me. You did that to me. I'm not a fan of green.
Beautiful in XS.
At the I was at a camp with Mike before Nationals, and he gives a lot of grief to people, and we gave it back to him, and then he got on his airplane and taxied away and acted like he was angry at us, and he taxied in probably a 500-foot circle away from us on the big tarmac and came back staring at us angrily 3 times before he went out to fly. Very
That's
funny
awesome.
guy, yeah.
He seems like the type of guy that'll give you a shirt on his back. He's just a
Very good guy.
very good guy.
I've been on the team with him in 2017. It was in South Africa.
I got to be honest though.
You narrowly missed last year.
I wish he gets that yellow and black Sukhoi again, because I enjoyed watching him fly that airplane.
He loves the MXS. He's pretty happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is personal reasons though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Sukhoi is. It's probably one of my favorite, aside from the baby blue and white classic Sukhoi.
Yeah.
That black and yellow.
Oh, it's just mean looking, right?
Mike went out to go for the team, unlimited team last year, and had a prop issue, if I remember correctly. And just, God, it was like a few days to go.
Yeah, I was at camp. I was at camp with him that year as well, and he wasn't able to make it.
Such a bummer. Right now we're getting really meta. AJ Wilder has called Jeff, and we were filming AJ talking. Getting real meta right now.
We're just so popular.
Yeah, so, that's how we roll, dude.
I hope they have enough pens for autographs. That's all. That's an interesting paint scheme too. I like that with the checkerboard on the wing like that.
I love that scheme. All right, there's Wags, there's Beau.
I love it.
Really wound up. Push figure, 45 with a roll. Inverted. Up to 100.
Big lines.
Yeah, he's not pulling the power back today on this one, is he?
You might need to pull the power back. Those swings can really roll.
Jim, how much are you going to have to adjust your strategy moving to the MXS? I mean, obviously there's some adjustment. Are you planning for that already? Pre-planning?
Not really. I mean, I've flown the MX2. I'm kind of aware of what the MX can do. It's a lighter airplane. It rolls a little bit faster. It's just more maneuverable in general. Just a lot looser feel.
Yeah.
Than the SC. The SC feels very tight in comparison, but it's a strong airplane. I expect to warm up to it really well because I've flown the MX2 and I like it.
It's got a great flight going. I feel like you could bring it down maybe 100 feet, 200 feet.
Yeah, I'd say he's a little higher up than the other competitors.
But the energy and speed is great. It's really got a nice flow going.
He's getting a little close. Wind's picking up, pushing him this way.
Yep. That plane just has so much performance. It's so fun to watch.
It's unreal. I mean, it draws lines like the Edge 540 does, just huge. High amounts of energy.
That's the prototype MXS. So it's probably a little heavier than the others. I don't know. But it might be.
That's good.
Still very high performance.
Have you flown that one, Jim?
I have not. I've not flown an MXS, just the MX2.
That scheme reminds me of the late great Paul Lopez, who had a very similar scheme. MX, beautiful airplane.
Well, green's the way to go.
Green's the way to go.
As much as the Don knocks green, he did have a green airplane.
Oh, you don't like green either, Mike? Yeah, it's okay. How do we both not like green airplanes?
It's based in New York or
Yeah.
Philly. You had 2 green airplanes. No comment. I love it.
Oh, we did. That's right. Oh, I see now. Okay.
I gotta say,
That one was based in Boston.
So he did a good job of taking that figure away. Going back toward us now. I think he's just getting a little closer. Honestly.
go, 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 go,
There he
go.
goes. Very close. Of course, he's using everything his gimbal can offer him right now.
So you gotta come off this line. Yep.
The cheetah wind's blown away from him, so a little bit of advantage.
Cheat away from the
So
judges
this
here.
is going to be interesting because he's flying very good figures. He's flying in a position that's too close, and it always makes you wonder how the judges will react. He might still get very good scores. You just never know.
Yeah, like I've been at contests where like you lean back and I've seen people win.
It's if they fly good figures, but the thing is, you can see a lot of the errors better. It's not just bias; it's also that you can see things better when they're close. So
Yeah.
sometimes a good strategy is to be a little farther away from this.
He's flying tight though. I mean, like the flow and the tempo of the sequence is very well balanced.
It's a great pilot.
Good tempo.
Warm-up pilot for the U.S. Unlimited team at WAC this year. Last minute, I think.
Oh, total hero.
Very
Total hero.
last minute.
Flying in an SC, which you have to
And in
fly.
an SC, yeah.
Sounded like a snap. I didn't see it.
Yeah, let's snap. Yeah.
Nice. Flies really beautifully.
See how
Climb in
he's
there.
he's operating, and I'm just nitpicking here. I've known Mike for a while; he won't mind. But he's operating the left side of the box, and he's operating a little close. And I think his figures are very strong. A little bit of long after, short after here and there, but it's very strong otherwise. So we just see what the judges see from that.
I wonder if that was strategy though, because Mike's extremely great pilot. He's a great pilot, so he could have easily. The wind is not crazy right now, so he could have easily worked his way away.
I think the wind's stronger than you think down here.
You think it's on, Judge?
I think it's
It's away.
I don't. Yeah, I would say it's probably away, but I think it might have been he chose to fly over the runway. The
Yeah.
186.
I think he meant to keep it there, but
Yeah, I just think it's a little too close.
yeah, no, I agree.
Just a little.
And then maybe a little bit lower, I would say. Because with that airplane, you
Couple 100 feet high.
just got to, if you do
Yeah.
altitude, it's just a matter of,
It wasn't the perfect altitude. It wasn't the perfect position. Is the way I put it.
and we're nitpicking too.
We're
I
nitpicking,
mean,
because
those are
otherwise it's a strong flight. Yeah.
Strong flight. But yeah, back to green airplanes and how they're great.
I actually want to mention, Jim, you got to bring back your critiquing sequences.
Yes.
I will. Yeah, that's fun. I've learned so much since then.
Did you ever see those, Mike? Jim Burke critiquing sequences on YouTube?
Absolutely.
So cool.
Phenomenal.
I go back
Which is
and
fun.
I watch a couple. I'm like, I wouldn't say that now. So I think I need to do some more. Maybe go and edit them a little bit or
I
something.
think it's no
It was an
offense to the
evolution.
to me it was entertainment.
Yeah,
Well, and it is fun to have somebody look at your flights from a point that, in cockpit, and
And
obviously it's not going
you don't have to take somebody's advice.
Yeah, and it's not critiquing from the ground.
I mean, Jim's just an unlimited pilot with loads of experience. You don't have to
Yeah.
listen to him,
Yeah, whatever, right?
obviously. I mean,
Well,
you know more than Jim.
I had
right?
fun doing them. People
Oh,
seem to
yeah.
like them. I'll do them again sometime. Yeah,
We love them.
maybe this winter I'll do a few. Well, what helped a lot was when I got at one time I got more than I could do, but that let me queue some up. I do 5 in a night or something
Yeah.
like that, because they do take a little bit of time.
I'm going to send you some vintage footage of Julian. So
Okay,
you can
great.
critique that.
Good luck. Yeah. Well, Rob once texted me, "Hey, you got to critique my flight," and I'm watching Rob, come on, it's just trying to get me to say nice things about it. There's really no mistakes, and there's mistakes, but it's not like I'm going to nitpick. I'm going to nitpick somebody who does better than I do. Come
Send
on,
it to
that's
me.
not
I'll
fun for
send it to me.
anybody.
I'll just make stuff up.
So then he sent me a flight with some mistakes. I was like, it looks like you made those on purpose. I'm not going to do that one either. So
Martin
God.
Flournoy in the
Okay,
box warming up.
I love Marty.
Next year.
Marty flying the MX2. Rob Allens, former MX2. Which he leased back and flew almost a full year.
He won nationals in it.
Yeah.
When is the MXS coming? Did it ship?
Yeah, well, of course, it was en route to Mitch Velakovic, who passed, and we don't. I should have it next week, hopefully.
Are you still doing that chalk white?
It's going to be in chalk.
That's awesome.
It's chalk gray, but the idea is
Almost
first I just want
battleship.
to.
It's
Yeah,
good. I love
I just
it.
want to fly it and see how much I like it because I might stick with the extra. But if I love it, which I think I will, then I'm going to put my color scheme on it.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to sell it to somebody, I want them to have the option to do it.
We were trying to convince Jim to paint it exactly like Rob Holland and then fly really crappy.
Well, that's the benefit of Rob having an MXS and an MX2. You should just hand that MX2 to somebody else.
Yeah.
Doppelganger.
I would agree. You should fly it.
That would be really crappy. That would accomplish the mission.
Don't sell yourself short. You're a tremendous slouch.
All right, he's bagging
Does
in.
anybody know what that's from?
Yes.
Okay, good.
You have a clue what a fun
There you go.
Caddyshack references for all the
Good flags.
millennials out there that don't know what that movie is.
Gunga, the Gunga.
When this airplane was, perhaps it was all black at some point too before the graphics. It's a pretty sleek looking airplane, all black.
Black on an airplane is mean looking.
It's mean. Also pretty hot.
Yeah. It's amazing how much performance the MX has over other airplanes though. Like you look at these vertical
it's
lines and
crazy.
everything like that.
The lines that you can draw on this airplane are it's so fast.
It carves very sharp corners. When I first flew the MX2, that's the thing I noticed the most is when I pull hard in the 330C, there's a little bit of digging in before the plane sort of releases into the turn. The MX2, it doesn't feel like that at all. You can make these depth charges, these big, deep, humpies at a very high speed and pull and corner very, very tightly. So it looks like you're pulling more G's than you are.
Yeah.
And also with
And that's an understatement too, because people feel like I've just realized, how much when you're at that high speed on those bottom radiuses, how much box you take up when you can't pull as hard. And with the MX, you save so much box.
also I switched to a 203 centimeter propeller at the training camp a few days before nationals. And,
Oh yeah, how'd you like that?
it's better. It's much better.
I should have bought it before you.
Yeah, you should have.
No, Jim.
yeah.
I'm like, oh, my buddy's got one, and Dunfee was gonna buy it, but then Dunfee didn't or whatever. So it's like the third time I told my buddy about it,
Yeah.
and I almost felt bad. I'm like, hey,
Was that the same
if
one I
anybody's
asked you about
serious
for my
about
buddy?
it, he's gonna get it.
That might have been the same one I asked you for.
Yeah, you were the second
yeah.
guy. Jim was the third guy, and
Yeah, I bought it.
yeah.
I tried the Hartman, the 188 MT and the 203 MT.
by far my favorite.
Now,
By
what do you like best about it?
far.
A little rollback on that.
Well, it just so
I heard the braking's a little better, and it's got a little bit more.
I don't need the braking, but the big thing is when you're slow, you accelerate faster, and that's just so important when you're flying either freestyle or unlimited. It's so common that I'm slow.
Yeah.
The Talon just doesn't have that. It's a good propeller for going a little faster, but for what I'm doing, it's just not the right propeller. It's got a good flight going here, by the way. It's good. I once flew against Barty in advance. Years
He's
ago
hard
in
to beat.
Sebring, and he got like an 87% in the free, and I said to myself, well,
That's the end
he's
of
going to
that.
win that flight.
Well, not much we could do here.
Well, see you later.
Yeah, that's about
Big
as good
whoops,
as it gets.
Oh, don't mention 7-Eleven Slurpees to
Let's go.
Bobby Holly.
Can't wait. Gummy bears and Slurpees.
He's running off this judge's line. They're bringing it really tight to the judges, aren't you?
I'd say, to me, it's a little too close. If I were coaching, I would tell him he's, 100 meters too close.
I agree.
And just push it farther away. There's sort of a danger zone when you get close to the judges.
Mark, do you concur? A little over on that.
A little short after, a little over. A little tiny errors here and there. They crept in the last couple of figures, but otherwise they're very strong.
Now, like as a judge, when you see a little bit somebody like that who goes a little over 0.5, right? Because there's so much, involved sometimes. You got to get benefit of the doubt.
No, judges underestimate roll errors. I punish pretty hard for roll errors.
Oh, okay.
Personally, yeah.
Crack that whip.
Yeah, because that's the rules. And what you want to do as a judge, you want to create differentiation between the pilots. And if someone makes an error that you can see, you should give them a correct conductor. I mean, I love getting away with it as a competitor. But as a judge, that's the job. So I'm trying not to judge anymore, by the way, because
I don't like judging.
Well, it's just not a good idea for me being president.
See, he's bumping the lines when he goes to vertical.
Let me call you Judgy Jim.
Yeah, for critiquing, there's a little bit slow down there in that snap. For example, a little bit short after.
I like the altitude though.
But he looks very much in control. He's flying very nice lines. It's going to pay off in the score. For sure.
Not
That's a
enough
good snap there. No complaint on that at all. Probably a roller coming up. This is last week. Nope. Still got some figures here.
Yeah. It's on.
It's a pull push, 3/4 snap down.
Yep.
Nope, just kidding.
Yeah, I'll watch where it is.
Yeah, just a little bit close again just now.
Now we
It's
got
just amazing to me, 100 feet, when you're near close, and another 100 feet close is close, right? To me, that's just a little bit close.
See, to me, I'd rather a little over on that. I'd rather be further away because I feel like just when a judge has his neck strained, I feel like that's just never going to be good for scores.
Depends how high you are,
Yeah.
Good flight. How many more do we have?
Two to go.
Mike, you flew an MX2, right?
Yep.
Yeah. You were flying MXS?
I have flown Rob's a couple of times.
That had to be like
You
really.
guys swapped airplanes a while back.
You had to have not liked that because the SCA is probably so.
Yeah, they're
different.
just completely different.
Could you reach the rudder
To me,
pedals in
Rob's
Rob's?
airplane's
He's like
closer
7
to a
feet tall.
Sukhoi than it is an extra, right?
Put like the blocks on the rudder pedals for you.
Oh, I don't know how I did. I probably had 12 pushes behind.
Yeah, like 12 guitar picks
Yeah.
on the cockpit dash.
Well, the stick is farther away.
Yeah.
You'll definitely notice that if you jump in Rob's.
Yeah.
You're sitting back there and the stick is too far.
Well, his reach is like
Yeah.
he should be a boxer. He should go into boxing.
Yeah.
Knock people out.
That would feel really weird.
Boxing?
No, just having a 6 car away.
I think you get used to it.
That's it.
Yeah. Was it super sensitive compared? Because the SC
Incredibly sensitive.
the SC elevator. I remember when I first flew the SC, I was like, oh my god. this thing
Yeah,
is
but to me,
so
the
big.
SC's tail has no inertia in it. To me, Rob's airplane's tail has a lot of inertia. So, just trying to roll it, it gets some PIO going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. Clearly, it's the way
Just a lot more
Rob
unstable.
likes it. Yeah.
Yeah, super unstable.
Well, he adds weight to the elevator balance, right? And does a lot of things.
Michael Hartenstein coming up next in his S1.
Michael's a strong pilot out of California.
He was on my list of picks on the
I
podcast.
gotta be honest, I feel like my gut's telling me now we should do East Coast versus West Coast. But then we're leaving out the Midwest.
That's okay.
So they can pick sides. Region versus region. I
It'd be
like
kind of a
that.
fun,
That would be fun.
like a bracket, almost
Cool.
kind of thing.
Or we could even do it at nationals. They wouldn't have to necessarily fly again. We could just pick the region and see which region. But per category, none of this like total score thing. It's like it wouldn't be fair to you guys because we have Rob, and Rob scored like 110%.
I'm pretty sure Rob is the Southeast. Did he give that up? Like he was.
Oh, he's the Southeast Regional Director.
Yeah. So I think he's technically West Coast, guys.
Mark, why are all the flies on you? Do you smell?
I must stink.
Would you go to In-N-Out Burger before you flew here?
Whataburger.
What's Whataburger? Is that like veggie stuff?
What's Whataburger?
Better
like,
than
no way.
Yes, it
no
is.
way.
I was
No
in
way.
California. I
How
had to
upset
do the
he's-
In-N-Out
look
thing
how
the
upset
other
he's
day.
getting.
I just don't understand it.
You're breaking his heart right now. I'll take a Burger King burger over anything. Okay,
Guys, wagging in.
All right, here we
you
are.
remember what happened last time we got on the food tangent?
Culver's is superior fast.
It's easy to get on food gadgets.
Gust of wind. Tell you, one of my favorite pizzas ever was when Robert Armstrong owned that Pitts 111B, and he
Yes,
flew it in the
111.
'96 WAC. It was like orange and green and white, and had these black stripes on it. Have you ever seen it?
I'm not sure if I've seen that or not. Sounds
it's
cool.
really cool.
S111.
Mike, you remember that pizza?
One of the better
Probably
pizzas
you?
ever
How cool
built.
was that? Talk about colors that would never go together on if you looked at them on like separate pieces of paper,
Yeah.
and then you put them on an airplane.
There's just something about the way the tension wires on an S1 sing. It's so nice.
Looks like he's got a spring gear on this place.
I thought it was fixed, but it's been a while since I've been close to this place.
It's like a steam air inside here. Drilled aluminum.
I'm sure there's probably a few. One on the top. I think he's a Southern California Chapman, if I remember correctly.
Good paint scheme on this pit stop competition with the bottom and top wings. and everything. That's another airplane that's really great. Not the Pitts is great too. Is the Ultimate. Ultimate was another cool plane.
Yeah, I enjoyed talking to Rob about his Ultimate. That's a cool airplane that kind of doesn't get enough credit, or maybe didn't get enough accolade.
Do you still have your S1S, Jim?
I just sold it recently.
Oh, where'd it go?
A friend in Oregon just really wanted one,
Very cool.
and I downsized my fleet, so I thought, okay, let's get one.
I'd say you're a little tall for an S1S.
I fit great in the S1. Everyone says that.
That's a lie.
No, there's a lot of room in there. I fit great. Probably one of the easiest
Depending on
planes
how
we
it's
fit
built,
into. I fit better than that than the SC.
No way.
I had to make a new seat for the SC, or have a new seat made for the SC.
You know what I wanted
I'll
to
say
talk
the
to you
SC,
about
yeah.
is the fuel caps. And just give me the old like this, if I can't talk about that. But the measuring,
Yeah.
with the fuel.
Oh, with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I took that out. It was a neat idea, though.
Yeah.
But the problem was, eventually I realized that I was getting metal shavings because people they weren't gentle when they pick it up. They rake that metal rod against the inlet.
Oh, wow.
And eventually I looked at it, I was like, oh, it's so shiny in this one spot. I better pull the screens. And sure enough, there were little tiny metal shavings. in the
Oh,
screens.
makes
So
sense.
I took that out.
Okay.
There was a smart, except for the part that it was awful,
Yeah.
it was a smart idea, I think.
Yeah. So how do you measure the fuel now? Because
I turn on the panel and wait.
Because they self-level over time.
Yeah, I just don't worry about it as much as I used to. I was always trying to find ways to make it easier to fly the airplane. I've done little things to that airplane that I think make it a better airplane.
Mike, do you look back on flying the 300S with the minimal fuel on the header and feel that now with the SC having like 28 gallons? Like, you always, I still feel like I'm flying like the older extras and always being fuel critical. And now, like even with the SC, like having plenty of fuel, I'm always like just like triple checking. And like I think about like what you might have been coming back with.
Yeah.
And like now, like what you consider worrying, it's like not even close.
Well, and if you think about the airshow business now, where you go out and you do a photo flight, and then you're out there for 40 minutes, and you have to switch between the wings and the center tank, and the wings and the center tank, and then you forget, and the engine quits. And now with the SC, you just fill it up and you go.
So Bill said that is one thing that Aviat got right with S2B and C was putting a 25-gallon main tank. Yeah.
Flying this plane really nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Nice flight. You guys are sick.
Yeah, it was fun.
Oh my god.
Oh, from Huntington Beach?
I gotta tell you, like, does it get normal flying with the Blue Angels at this point? Like, because you do it so much, it's like, it's so.
I do it less than you think, but the ability
Isn't
to
that
do it
crazy,
with
though?
the ability to do it with the entire team with the diamond, and the reason that is sort of it's the boss's last season, and he's only having a few shows left, and he was like, "Come on, guys, let's go do a great flight." So Rob and I, and we had the opportunity to do that.
That's so cool.
No, it's always a privilege and a super honor to do that. And for them just to put the confidence in us to fly with those guys.
We were talking to Rob about, or maybe I think you were on show too, and the Hornets can't go that slow as people think.
No,
'Cause they're so
we
big.
try. If we're just going to fly with the solo pilots, they can get a little slower. They're more comfortable. But when you put the whole diamond together, we shoot for 160 knots, which means
That's doable, but
a
you're
bonanza with the door open at full throttle.
full clip.
Oh, it reduces the speed that much with the door open? That's crazy. You know what else is
Well,
crazy
Bonanza
too?
can't go much
Yeah,
faster
that's
than
about what it'll do.
Yeah, is with the extras. If you ever have that seal, the wingroot seal, come apart a little bit, the amount of G that you use.
Oh.
Yeah.
Extras changed so much on those wingroot seals. Stall speeds, approach speeds.
We gotta talk to Marcus about that. He's here. Gotta beat him up on that.
All right, guys, we got Dunfee Corbell, extra 300L. He's going to finish up the advanced free today. Doing his warm-up figure.
All right.
Oh, he did? We weren't here for that one?
Ryan
Oh,
Chapman.
yeah.
Oh,
No,
Ryan
yes, he
Chapman.
is.
Fellow Canuck.
He had a mechanical, and it was fixed, so he will be finishing up.
He's lacing up.
Lacing up right now.
Sharpening the
Sharpening the
wheel
old... the old skates.
Well, you played hockey.
Put another 4, Eddie Shore, old time hockey.
Oh my god, do you still play hockey?
I don't. I'm too
come
busy.
on.
I would love it.
So my.
I skated a couple of years ago with the Cirrus
He goes under
guys
the,
up in Duluth.
Goes under the nickname Mike Concho. So nobody recognizes him. Oh my god. That's a crazy sport. My brother just got into playing ice hockey. He tried to convince me to do it, but I took up bowling instead.
It's amazing exercise.
But he says he likes it because he was never a long distance runner. And it's all short sprints, you know? But he's a big dude. He's like, I was telling Mark, he's 6'5" and 250. So can you imagine like this beast skating at you? And, you know, I don't know if
Sounds
everybody
terrible.
knows I recently lost some weight. So I'm a little thin now.
Jeff is it's looking pretty good.
Thank you.
Solid 6 out of 10 now.
Solid.
Solid.
Thank you. No more telephone numbers. Mark.
5, yeah, 5.
I'll take 5.
Yeah.
A 5 from the Don is like a 10 in New York.
Oh, let's
I've already called the paint shop. My plane is getting repainted yellow and black.
There's
Oh, and
Duncan's.
the guy, Ryan Chapman, he's got a Startica.
Yes, he does.
And the Startica changed a lot, like with the design, like the fuselage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ryan and I were talking about that this morning. So that's actually
And his is like, what, a superstar?
it's
like,
a kit. So John started by building a few kits, and people don't know that it was it was Gene Hackman bought the first kit. So that was Gene Hackman's plane, and he went to took a call in Michigan, and Len Rulison, who was listening to the live chat, if he's still there, was probably a part of that. And so they built the airplane, they sent it to, put it in a truck, and Gene Hackman and I think his son actually drove it out to California. And then and then they built it.
That's cool.
And owned the airplane for a while, and then I think it's been out in California, and now it's not.
And Bob Chipotle, he had a that was a Startica, but he had a long wing on it. And I remember watching him fly. The thing was just corner. It was up there.
Yeah, he still owns it.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, David Prince in Sebring, had a Staudica with a giant two-blade prop and a reduction system under the bow.
Whoa.
I don't. It was the prop was just obscene. It was so huge. It was like a fake or something. Like you'd see it on a fishing lodge above the fireplace. It
Is
was
that
weird.
airplane still going?
I have no idea. I haven't seen anything about it since.
Because it had a, what do they call it, like a GIO 470 or something that John put. The idea kind of make it more like a Sukhoi than
A geared engine.
geared engine, big propeller.
Big propeller, lower up end maybe.
And I did some of the test flying on that plane. It was fun.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's very unique.
Were you considering anything besides the Staudica? Well, I know you were
It's the only thing I
limited
could afford.
options. Yeah.
It's the only thing I could
What year
afford.
was that?
1990.
1990. So the mid-wing was just out.
So I flew it in 1991 for the first time.
Yeah. And
Speaking
that
of
was
which, Ryan's airborne now.
that was the Staudica had better performance than the 230.
Here comes Duncan Corbell, wagging in. Bells ringing, $300. Switch your figure, roll, half loop, 3 2, and snap on the top.
A little ratchety. A little close to the judges too. But he's flying fast.
It's luckily the wind, almost a full sock down here, so the wind's probably picked up, pushing away from the judges.
You can tell he's thinking really, really fast right now. Solid flying.
Humpty with a 1.5 on the down.
It's weird too, Jim, because there's a lot of box in the back. You know?
Yeah,
People are keeping it really up front.
I don't know what the wind might be doing to it. It doesn't look like it's pushing towards us. I think it's just a decision that some people are making to fly a little close. I think it really is that extra runway that's up, that thin runway. Just they're trying to fly on this side of it, trying to fly on the top of it, just slightly past it. It's just,
I guess.
probably that's what's happening. But it's a really obvious landmark up there, so it might be.
And maybe they're not seeing the headwind. They're anticipating the headwind component as strong as it is, because you're right. It is a lot of the flying is centered to left. Not a lot of the upwind side of the box is being used.
Well, you know, once you have your technique down,
Right
you start
hammer.
working on positioning. But that's a good trick there from the right hammer.
Nice.
Yeah, it's very hard to stay on the upwind side of the box.
Yes. So you would drive. I would drive this more. Drive it even more.
The challenge when you get close, it's hard to cheat away because you can see the cheat.
Yeah.
Once you get close, you're kind of stuck there. It'd be hard to move the plane back, especially the wind is on the judges. You have to make the decision a little earlier.
And it doesn't look like that is that much of a wide component with the wind.
It doesn't look like it.
Not much.
But I think there is some. Watch him right now. Yeah, he's definitely not moving towards us.
Yeah, but slightly, right?
Yeah, in fact,
Now, how much from a grading standpoint do you think a right hammer helps? The purpose is to hammer into the wind. I get that, but
oh, it's just, you know, really, like I said, it's kind of in the bag of
Is it a
tricks.
flex?
When you, yeah, it can be a flex, but it's really just it's there for positioning. It shouldn't change the scoring. It's just there for positioning, which does help with presentation scoring. But that vertical there could have been better off a little farther to the right. Oh, now he's moving towards us.
this is going to be
Give him
tough.
push over heads.
Looks like he's off
kept
for a little there, a little over. I think he realized he was getting close, and it might have affected that figure a little
The
bit.
biggest mistakes I've made in competition have been when I've gotten too close to the judges. My flying changes.
Thank you. Ryan Chapman.
Oh. Now he's banked him. Okay, so there
Yeah, he
he's
sort
trying
of
to
cheat,
control,
right?
yeah. Banking slightly away. Trying to move the line away from the judges.
Now, if you saw that you were getting really, really close to the judges, and you knew that the figures were going to be sacrificed, would you take a break and reset?
Yes, I would. I've done it before. At the Nationals and Unlimited,
Because what does a break cost in advance?
I don't remember. In advanced, I think it's like 70 points. I have points. I can't remember.
It really
a lot
isn't
of points.
much.
Well, it's. I mean,
When you think about what you're going to be sacrificing.
it depends what you're trying to do. If you're trying to win, it's a lot. But if you're trying to make the team, it's probably better to do that.
Yeah.
You know, if you're on the cusp, then take a break.
Yeah. See, like that position right there, that as far as why,
So much more comfortable.
that feels right. Like this is a good angle that he's flying right now.
It's perfect right where he is. That's how far away you want to be. And that's a good altitude. Everything looks nice right now.
Yeah.
So
Easy
now
to
that he got
judge.
himself away a little bit, it looks a lot better.
I feel like now, even if I was a judge, I'm like taking a breath. It's like, okay, like this is nice.
I think you just don't want them to move their heads.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
know, the judges kind of slightly move their head side to side.
I'll be honest with you. I mean, everybody kind of knows how I feel about boundaries. I won't get into it. But like, you know, I typically don't really look for the boundary. I really fly for the judges. I look where the judges are at all times, and I try to keep them in my frame.
Well,
You know, and I reference them, but you know, I don't want to sacrifice the quality of a figure if I think, you know, by also thinking of a boundary. Like I should be where I need to be anyway.
and I see with a lot of tradition that it's important.
Nice flight,
to
Duncan.
us.
Nice flight,
job.
Duncan.
But the reality is that there's no other country, as far as I know, that these boundary judges, they rely on the strict presentation and positioning score, and they fly about the same.
Yeah.
It doesn't really change very much. So, you know, the question of whether we should have boundary judges depends on how much we think the penalties change the standings.
Right.
You know, and if you look at the numbers, they don't change the standings very often. They do change the standings sometimes, but not very often.
Right.
So, I would imagine there's probably a third of contests don't have boundary judges right now. It's becoming more and more common. We'll see how it changes, but
Yeah.
it's just a lot of extra work.
I think it'd be nice to have a real vote, like we do. You know, let people that vote for the regional directors, like put a vote. Let the members vote.
Yeah, we sort of. It's not directly
that's not
voting. It's representational democracy, I guess. But we already allow contests to run without boundary judges. They just simply have to ask permission, which they ask me, and I say yes.
Yeah.
And I've informed the board that's how I deal with it, because if a contest director calls me and says, I can't find the staff, or I can't get access to the airport, I can't put boundaries out.
Did you hear about my
But I
boundary
just say
experience?
that's fine. Run the contest anyway. Go ahead. No.
So I did a contest recently, New Jersey, out of all places, Jersey. Gross. The Garden State. Anyway, so I went on the boundary. It was fine.
Yeah.
And then I went back, flew my flight, and then went back to the boundary for the next flight. And the person there had to go to the bathroom, but they didn't walk far enough away. So by the time I got there, the whole chair was like covered in flies. I had to go run back to the judges' table, where I actually phoned in a friend. They brought in, I had to douse the whole boundary and off, because they were like horse flies, they hurt.
Yeah.
Now how am I supposed to judge boundaries?
I would say you just don't judge boundaries. Man.
Yeah. Well, I got some good napping.
And the contest goes on. There's already a lot of contests run without boundary judges. It's just the way things are moving. Yeah.
Didn't you just judge boundaries?
I'm going to in the morning. Rob Holland and I.
How'd you like it? Oh, you haven't done
We're going to do it
yet.
tomorrow morning.
That's cool.
For what category?
Primary sportsman, I think.
Of course, you picked the category with the least pilots.
I think it's
Real
a big
Lori
category.
set me up.
Real admirable.
And I get a free hat.
This is Ryan Chapman. Coming back. This is
Ryan Chapman.
Okay, so this is our first pilot going back in. He had a mechanical.
In the Stoddard.
Mike Willian is currently jumping for joy right now watching this plane fly. Oh, it's a warm-up.
Doing a warm up.
Where's your 300S, Mike? Because Angelo just sold that. Well, not just.
So I went
Doesn't
to...
Kevin Coleman have one?
No, that was the SHP. So
Oh, yeah.
my 300S, oh god, the guy will hate me that I forgot his name. He lives in Atlanta with his wife. They have a antique airplane too, some kind of cool Stinson or something.
Oh, neat.
And he completely rebuilt the plane. Put a glass panel in it, did all kinds of
That's
stuff.
awesome.
Yeah, so it's around.
The SHP was cool.
What did you say?
The SHP. That was a cool plane.
The one that Kevin has.
Yeah, it's the one with it has like a bigger rudder.
Yes.
It's like the SC.
It's halfway
Tail,
between
right?
a 300S and an SC.
Yeah, we spoke about that on the podcast. That was good. We're gonna have you back to talk about your air racing career. We still have not done that.
Oh boy. You're gonna make me like,
What was the red one?
I know.
I think you guys should just do Reno. And it doesn't have to be pylon racing. It'd be fun to get like all the edges and MXs and just let them do laps.
We've all been sold now. Like sold. In fact, didn't
I can get it back.
yeah? That's probably true now. That
Right now, it's in Warren Seger's hand.
Oh, that's right. Because did Melissa buy it?
Don't ask me to do the last name because it's not going to be allowed.
Yeah,
Melanie asked us.
that's right.
I just can't pronounce French. See?
Mike, on a
Like
scale
they have
of
X's that don't get any. I just don't get it.
on a scale of 1 to 10 Boston Loggers, how likely is Air Race going to go? What Air Race World Championship Air Race? Okay, one Boston. We're getting one Boston Loggers. I agree.
I hate Boston Lager. Ryan Chapman, Staudica.
Ryan's a cool dude. Very
He's
nice
an
guy.
awesome dude.
They make them nice in Canada. All right, he's wagging in.
In Canada, they do four-wing rocks at their contests.
It's the pull double humpy. The roll on the bottom. Nope. Is that wrong?
It's pull vertical. Wait, what did you say?
Yeah, pull,
Okay.
Yeah.
double hump.
Yeah.
2 of 2 down. It's a cool-looking airplane.
It's got a really nice
Ooh.
line there.
A little short after, but good.
Yeah, that's good technique.
I'm looking at his sequence. It looks like it's a very nice flowing sequence. Got a 1-turn upright spin, followed by a 5/8 loop with a roll to finish back in
Is
third.
it close to the upwind side of the box now?
Yes.
He'll make it. He's still gonna make it in.
Yeah, look at that Staudica turn. Look at that thing go. Full roll.
A little bit of heading change.
Yeah. Looks like he's descending slightly, but still nitpicking here. Good cadence. And 2 of 4 at the bottom. Inverted. This is going to be a push hammer. 2 of 8 down, exit on the Y. Which way do you think he's going to take this, Jim?
Well, I've watched comparative take it towards us, but he's kind of in the middle grounds where it really needs to be a little farther away to take it towards us, but he's probably too close to take it away. But I think he's going to take it towards us.
I'm thinking that same thing too. And then after that, he's going to have a pull Humpty with the 3/4 down. So 2 of 8 here.
Might be all right. That plane is. I've noticed that plane is cornering really fast.
Oh, that's awesome. Go, 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 go,
Yeah,
go,
there's
go,
no
go.
wait that long. There you go. You'll be all right. It's here.
Yeah. Got a 3/4 roll down. And he's going to exit downwind. And then here we got a pull, push, pull with a 2 of 4.
You really load that thing up.
It seems like the pilots are feeling the downwind. Feeling the wind at their back here.
Well, so far, except for one brief excursion to be a little close, this is the best position we've seen in several months.
Yeah.
He actually doesn't need to pull quite that
I
hard.
was. Yeah.
I mean, it's probably fun, but it's not necessary.
I don't know if I would pull power either. Got a hammerhead here with the full flick, and then he's going to exit downwind. Could have drove that upwind a little bit more. But
That's I'm not sure what happened there, but is that supposed to be a full snap?
yeah. Here he's got a pull Humpty. He's going to exit inverted on the Y. On the third pull, he's going to do a 1/4 roll. See which way he takes it. So he's got another pull here. Might be going out.
He'll come towards us, I think. Oh,
Yep.
nope.
He's going to exit it.
Okay.
Yeah, quarter. He's going to exit inverted.
Okay.
And he's going to pull down. It's going to be another Humpty. Pull down, quarter roll, to be down, go downwind. He's
That's
gonna,
probably going to be out, right?
Close.
so he's going to have to drive here.
That's the farthest north we've seen anybody go in box
Yeah.
it over.
He's going to have to drive here a long ways. So he's coming here. Go, baby, go! We got a half a square loop. It's coming up next
So this is interesting
after this
now.
commercial break.
It's very easy to misjudge how far you've gone when you're upside down.
Yes.
Because so there's both center, and you could have waited for a lot longer before you pulled down 3.
Because now I'm just, yeah.
We got to pull, pull, push, Humpty. So he's going to pull here, draw a vertical line down, and then push to go upwind. Correct, upwind.
Now again, you should wait. Okay, now you go.
Nice. Good. I also put my nose a degree or two down. Looked like it was. You got to kind of cheat that a little bit. Still flying great though. We're nitpicking here.
It's getting
Hammer.
fun.
Definitely some wind pushing them back there. We got to push back to level. Then we got to push, pull Humpty, followed by a 90-degree one-turn roller. So this is going to be a high-speed roller. I wonder if we're going to hear the. Should be sorry. I wonder if we're going to hear a power change on this downline.
I wonder if he's going to take the roller towards us. I bet he does.
No
That's the
power.
room.
All right, Ryan.
Okay.
Beautiful
Dave.
flight.
Nice roller.
Nice job, Ryan Chapman.
You represented the Nautica well.
Guys, that ends the advanced free. Nice job, everyone.
Tomorrow morning.
Good flying.
Tell them what's on.
Sure. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock sharp. Sportsman and primary free program 1 flights, power
Can we
and
get
glider.
can we get a live feed of the boundary radios?
Out, in.
In out.
This is as wide as I can go, so I'm just going to stay on mic for this part.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Look at that. Look at those shades. The dawn.
Should I shoot myself? This is what it's like being with these two guys for 4 hours.
That's right.
Then after that, we have the advanced power free. Unknown 1. 1 o'clock.
What do we have?
We got sportsman and primary free, power and glider. 8 o'clock.
Advanced.
And then advanced power free. Unknown
Oh,
1.
free unknown tomorrow. Advanced.
That's going to be fun. So it
There's
begins.
going to be a lot of shifting around.
So it begins.
Who's flying order of flight?
I don't think it's supposed to. Maybe it is. I haven't seen it.
Why
Might
don't
be
we,
now.
we should do that in nationals. Is picking the cans and everything with the numbers on it.
We've talked about it. I think it's a
That's
great
fine.
idea. There's no reason not to, I suppose. I don't know.
Why not for fun?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Let's just do it.
The registrar will hate you
There you go. There's your answer.
because she's passed you
What
off.
if Mark and I
All the
volunteer to
clipboards.
do it, but we won't, which means that somebody will obviously.
And then just failed. Yeah, just failed you.
Yeah, somebody will do it.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea.
It's typically how we operate.
Yeah.
No, but I thought that was the
Overpromise, underdeliver. That's
It's
our
sort of
motto.
because like Dunfee, who's in first place, and well, we don't know after this, but he had solid free. He could pick one.
Yeah. Well,
You know.
it feels when you get first. I flew first, the first flight. When you draw the can and you did it yourself, it feels a little better to get number 1. It's like, well, I screwed myself.
AJ Wilder's walking over. AJ, we're live, so you can't cuss. What was the earliest number you've ever picked
Oh my gosh.
in order of flight at a Worlds?
Oh, I think like 4 or something like that.
I picked
AJ,
one.
what'd you pick?
I picked one time. Yeah.
Order of flight for Worlds.
The worst.
You picked one.
I picked 2.
You picked 2.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. How'd you do?
Terrible. You don't want to be the first ever.
Oh man. Yeah. What'd you pick back, Paula?
No show.
0.
Towelboy.
I didn't think you two ever got in the same spot at the same time.
No.
This is it. Magic has happened.
There's a lot of emotions going on right now.
I don't want to know.
A lot of sweaty palms.
Sweaty palms. Yeah.
It's getting more awkward than normal.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Okay,
Hey,
we're
thanks.
gonna sign off and step
All right.
away.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Tune in tomorrow. Like and subscribe to the
Are we still live?
IAC YouTube channel, please.
Oh, it is?
Take it away.
I was. It's not a